Well, hello everyone. Happy Monday from Dubai. From me to you. My name's Yobel. I'm on my 154th day. Is that right? I think so. I think that's what I put. 154th day of live streaming. Learning the joys and the tribulations. Ooh, I forgot to turn on one of my cameras. A rookie mistake for someone who's been streaming for 154 days. Which camera was I missing? Right here. The one pointing at one of my cats. Wow, look at King Pup. He decided to start hanging out with me again on the stream. He was missing. He was MIA for, I think, a week or so of my streams. So it's good to have you back, King Pup. Good boy. But look who's missing. What the heck? When one comes, the other goes. So Nala, I think right now, is just hanging out near a window to catch the last bit of Dubai freaking summer heat. So, all right, all of that aside, thank you guys. My name's Yobel. I go by YobelPrize. I am a travel and wildlife photographer turned videographer turned filmmaker. That's the trajectory that we've been going. And somewhere in there is definitely YouTuber now. So feel free to watch my stream across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So those of you guys who are watching me on those platforms, I appreciate it. And those of you who watch me after the fact through the VODs, I appreciate that as well. All of it does help my channel tremendously, so thank you very much. I'm streaming a little bit early today compared to, usual. Usually I'd be streaming in about an hour and a half from now, which is around 7:30 p.m. my time. But you know what? I have so much work to get done, which is work that I want to do on stream, right? Editing my photos and videos from my travels. And we've got plenty of it. I worked on quite a bit of it over the weekend, so I'm excited to kind of hop it back in with you guys. So that's going to be the goal of today's stream. One, starting a little bit earlier today, so enjoy. For anyone who's tuning in, I have no idea. It's been a while since I streamed this early, and I forget which part of the region does this mean I'm available for, because I assume it's a little too early for my fellow Americans to be tuning in. Actually, no, I take that back, because I'm a night owl. But for all you early worms, wait, no, that's not the phrase. For all you early birds catching the early worm, that's what it is. I guess on the East Coast. Good morning. Hope you enjoy. What else? I'm just doing a little bit of every Monday. I just have to do a little house cleaning on my side, making sure I remember how to stream properly. Turn on some fans here so I don't overheat. Oh yeah, it's so much earlier that instead of having my regular drink of choice, I'm still sipping on my iced coffee. So, which is still cold. I love it. And then I'll make myself a proper drink later. What else should I say as I get everything set up? Oh, I'll share my screen in a second as we kind of get started for the day. And as per usual, I'm gonna just do a little fun game of testing my ears and then a few quick games of chess. And then we roll right into the epicness of editing. Wow. Let's see if it's ready to go. There it is, yeah. So we're going to do a bit of editing. Like I said, just to catch you guys up to speed, I've been trying to edit my photos from my trips to Mongolia. I've had 2 trips to Mongolia in the past 2 to 3 years. I've been very blessed to be able to visit some of the coolest, most remote locations on Earth. I would count this place as one of them. And I just made a video, which I've published on my YouTube channel, I think a week ago. So it's pinned on all the chats, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, but feel free to click on the link if you would like to see more about what kind of work that I create. Now, I accept all feedback as long as it's there to make me better as a creator, as a person, whatever else. So feel free at all times. I have a fairly thick skin. You can't really offend me unless you're trying to, I guess. I don't know. Even then, try me. The point is, feel free to check it out. Let me know your thoughts. I have a long ways to go before I would consider myself a proper professional with filmmaking. And a lot of the videos that I'm going to be sharing on my YouTube channel, a lot of it is from my prior trips, literally from the past 3 years of travel. And majority of it was prior to my gaining knowledge and understanding of cinematography, proper cinematography, or understanding the process of making a story correctly. So with those caveats in mind, I guess my job right now is, as I go through all of those footage from my past trips, when I travel, I just film everything, right? I didn't go with an intention in mind. I haven't traveled in the past 3 years, excluding the most recent ones, because now I'm treating it more professionally. For the most part, all of the trips that you'll see me showing the photos and videos from, they are when I was super green, and the only thing I was trying to do was shoot as much as possible, both photo and video. Photography I'm much more experienced with. I've been doing that for a number of years, close to a decade now. So that one I was never as concerned. And the beauty of photography is generally speaking, I would just approach it as like, just look for individual shots that can tell a story, right? So it's like more, how do you say, impromptu, in the moment. You look for the key moments, like this photo here that I have on the screen, right? You're just looking for this shot, and it's not like I'm going in with this shot in mind. It's just, hey, let me travel to a place where there's some really exciting things surrounding me and hope that I can get a frozen moment in time that can really convey the beauty of whatever it is that I'm capturing. So photography for me it's like less challenging, not to denigrate photography, but it's just, it's more self-contained. Video is, I feel, leagues and leagues much more sophisticated and challenging, at least in the way I view it, because it's obviously you're capturing multiple frames at every second, but it's also hard to tell a story through time, whereas here it's a little bit like cheating. I have this one image to just grasp everything necessary. So that's been my fun challenge. However, when I've been traveling, it's really just like, hey, let me just shoot everything. I'm going to film every freaking moment possible without knowing anything about technique, without knowing like the concept of even having a shot list, or knowing how to, tell the story properly from like an establishing shot to this to that, or about lighting, or, all audio. I didn't know any of that. Frame rates. I just went there to shoot, and fingers crossed. Now I feel a lot more confident, a lot more to go, but a lot more intentional. So sorry, I'm just kind of rambling here as I'm starting off the stream. I'm just warming up the tongue, if you will. But the point is, I hope you enjoy my YouTube channel and send over all the critiques possible. And just know that going forward, as I travel, as I film, I am trying to do it a lot more like a professional. So hopefully the footage that you'd see from more and more of my upcoming trips, it'll be done with that kind of like stylistic, ooh, okay, he went there knowing he wanted this shot. Fingers crossed. What's happening? We got Katsanellen Boggin. How could I forget that last part? Katsanellen Boggin, which means a cat's elbow, if I'm not mistaken. Katsanellen Boggin over on YouTube says, whoa, you're still editing. I'm yet to cull my photos. I'm so lazy. Well, yeah, I'm not lazy when it comes to these things. I think I do have ADHD. I'm going to self-diagnose myself. So I do run into issues where I can get bored easily, for sure. And that's why I need to multitask. Like while I'm editing photos, my brain has to be stimulated by other things, whether it's music or watching a Netflix or TV show or whatever. So that is kind of my way to get around it. I don't know if you deal with similar things when you hit like a wall. But I'm also very slow. So yes, when you asked your question if I'm still editing, I am still editing because I take my time with things a little too much, which is why I was working on this over the weekend. I decided, you know what, if I reserve all of my edits of Mongolia only for when I'm streaming, it'll take me a long ass time to be done. So I'll share with you guys the progress I've made in terms of the edits I was doing off stream. And we got some really cool shots. I'm very excited. We got some winners amongst these, and we got plenty more that I need to edit. So we'll get into that in a bit. But thank you very much, Katsanellen Boggin. I appreciate you hopping in here. I forget where you said you are from originally. My guess would be that you're from the East Coast if you are from the States. But yeah, I just forget. But either way, if you are from the States, thanks for tuning in on such an early time. I am streaming a little bit earlier than normal. So, you know, we'll just see how it goes. We're just going to enjoy ourselves. Blah, blah, blah. What else should I quickly do here? Give me a second. I'm going to switch this over. There we go. What is this? I'm over on my Twitch dashboard, and it says something called there's a new thing called the Plus Program Goal. Share your progress towards meeting Plus Program requirements with your community as a goal. What the heck is that? Plus Program Goal. Let me just hit. Sorry, I should check out Twitch stuff more often to understand. Select the plus level and number of points that viewers will see you working towards. Okay. Sure. Let me just. I don't know if I'm activating something or not, but there you go. If you would like me to get towards my Plus Program goal, I think somewhere on the Twitch site it might tell you. I don't even know what that is. So, okay. Anyways, happy Monday. We're just gonna have a chill. I hope everyone had a good weekend. What did I do over the weekend before we get too into it? Let's hang out with Kimbap while I talk. What did I do over the weekend? Oh yeah, I caught up with just a couple friends. We grabbed drinks. It was nice. Just as a quick reminder, because it was funny, I still have chats with people who are asking me how are things in Dubai. Dubai is very safe, or it feels very normal. That's, I guess, the best way to say it. It's been almost a month since the last time I got one of those warning notifications on my phone telling me to stay indoors because of some like drone or missile strike or whatever. So fingers crossed that this means things are starting to calm down and hopefully stabilize. That's all you can hope for, right? But yeah, just as a quick FYI, it doesn't feel like there's anything crazy going on in Dubai. It has been fairly routine. Granted, I stay indoors most of the time. Now it's the summer, so it's way too freaking hot. But yeah, like, you know, I go to the gym, I go out to see some friends, and life goes on. The bars are freaking packed. It's insane. So yeah, just that's my quick little thing about how things are here. So I was able to catch up with some friends, and then separately, yeah, just doing some work-related things. So unfortunately, one of those work-related things is that I travel to Uganda quite a bit, right? So, and also apologies, my hair is a little bit funky today. I tied my hair on the front side. I got a haircut as well, so that it feels nice, and yeah, feels nice. It always feels nice to shave off all the hair. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah. I travel to Uganda quite a bit, and unfortunately, because this is the way the world works. The world loves to just throw a bunch of craziness at you. So obviously there was the thing called hantavirus that was starting to pick up traction in the news. I think it went a bit viral, no pun intended, but it went viral on social media and stuff for a little bit. And I think, here's my assumption. I think because of that hantavirus, it was almost like I don't know if this is a good analogy. It's like when you have a comedian who, you have an opening, what do you call it? You have like an opening, you have an opener, right? Before the actual guy goes. For any concert, you have the person that opens the set, warms up the crowd. And I think that's what hantavirus did, social media wise. So here comes this thing called hantavirus, and it was so intriguing about this cruise ship, and people are like, is this going to be the next COVID? So then it started warming people up to like, oh my God, is the world going to end again? And then off the back of that, comes Ebola. Here comes Ebola again. And so unfortunately that hit the news, and I think it sounds like it is pretty contained, but that's not how social media works. And I think that spread throughout the news cycles that Ebola was basically going nuts again, and we're about to hit the end of the world yet again. And so there's been a lot of different things that have happened, including I think the US is blocked or it hasn't blocked, but if you're traveling to Uganda, I think you have to go through a specific airport in the US, like in Washington or DC or something like that, to be quarantined or to be monitored. And so there's all these restrictions being put in place, which does make it a little bit concerning. Obviously, I hope everyone's okay. I hope this is contained. But it's like, ooh, if my business is about taking people, especially to Uganda, I do have to keep an eye out for that. So that's just the other thing why am I bringing this up? I'm not sure. But I guess that got brought up over the weekend as I was doing a lot of prep for some upcoming projects, traveling back to Uganda, etc. So that's on the top of my mind. However, like with Dubai and with all the news about the missile strikes and everything and people thinking it's the end of the world, when I was chatting with my contact in Uganda, they made it very clear that things are definitely overblown, and they're quite frustrated that it's treated as if it's like something, it's like third world country, end of the world about to happen. It's like, and what she was saying is like, bro, she didn't say bro, but she's like, bro, we've been dealing with Ebola for like 20 years. Ugandan doctors have been at the forefront of actually treating it across I think she said like West Africa or somewhere. And so this is not new to them. They have the right procedures. They've actually been able to contain this impressively. I think there's only been 7 cases in all of Uganda in the past like 2 to 3 weeks. In a population of, I think she said like 40 million. Is that right? So anyways, things should be good, but fingers crossed. I'm going to be looking through the next few weeks, and hopefully things there start to stabilize. As with the rest of the world, right? The world is way too crazy right now. Anyways, no need to go too deep into depressing stuff. So today's stream is meant to be proper chill stream. I'll be editing photos mostly, and then maybe mixing in some of the video edits as well. However, right now I am just exporting some footage. So it's still, how much time do I have? 40 more minutes before all these videos get exported on DaVinci. So I can't really touch DaVinci right now anyways. So yeah, we'll do the photo edits. And then where do we end off? What was the last photo I did on stream? I think it was like, I think somewhere around here is probably where we stopped. I honestly can't remember. So maybe we'll just start from here. This will probably be the next one we edit. But before we do that, let me test my eardrums. Eardrums? Let me test my ears. Okay, let me pause the music. Let's turn up the audio. Here we go. Somewhere around here. Nice, nice. All right, that's a good start. Let's keep going. Ooh, this one's tricky. Dang it, I knew. Oh, that was so bad. I knew I was overshooting it. Hindsight. Okay, it doesn't matter. I ruined it with that one score. Oof, okay. How do I exit this? Alright, not good, not good. Let's try that again. Okay, all right, here we go. We're back. Oh my God, what's going on? Dang it. Ah, I got a 10 score, but I ruined it with that second. Okay, I'm a little bit wishy-washy here. Ooh, they updated the visual. 228 out of 1,000. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. That wasn't my best. Oof, also not my best. Oh man, I guess over the weekend my ears have just destroyed itself. Let me try again. Oh no. Something's happening. Something is happening. It's not good. My ears. What has happened to it? Okay, you know what? Maybe it's this fan. Okay, I did have a fan running that was coming in through my microphone. That's gonna be my excuse. All right, let's do it again. Okay, not my best. Ugh, stupid ads. Not my best, but not my worst. Let's go. Okay. All right, we're getting back. You know what? I'm gonna accept these results. They're not the best. They're not the worst. It's just I'm gonna chalk it up to it's a Monday. What can you expect? You know, it's a Monday. All right, but what about chess? Let's get some chess in there. Let me just win 2 out of 3, and then move on. I got a bunch of YouTube videos lined up. I'm actually kind of excited to watch them. All right, let's go. Ooh, also over the weekend I was playing a lot of I was playing some PS5. There was it's a new James Bond video game, and it's actually so much fun. Oh my god. It's like kind of nostalgic to like the, you know, when I was younger, the types of video games I used to play. But yeah, if you are a gamer, I highly recommend the new James Bond game. It's called, what is it? First Light? Something like that. Good storytelling, action's fantastic. It's got a bit of that kind of Hitman vibes where you have so many different ways to get your mission complete. Okay, what is this guy doing? If I take, he takes. I take, he takes. I take. Okay, so I get the upper hand. Or if I take, he takes. I take. Okay. We will accept trade-offs. Yo, Cyronius.
He takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes.
Is that from something? Is that I used to watch some of Hikaru something? Is his last name Nakamura? Am I just being racist? And I think I might have seen a meme where they just like, is that something he just like says over and over again? He takes like, oh shoot. Thank you very much for the tier 1. You said Hikaru, yeah, it's so stupid. Okay. I used to watch his stuff a lot. Man, what a sharp guy. I'm so like, when you hear, I'm so jealous of people with such good tack sharp memory. Like the way he just describes like, oh yeah, I remember back in 1985 when I was playing this dude, it was 7:32 in the morning. I happened to just wake up from it's just like, what? How are you doing this? How does your brain retain all that? Thank you very much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Man. Oh, you sent me a YouTube link. Oh, one second. Let me check that. Once I crush this guy, let me crush this guy in the battlefield of. Oh, yeah, okay. He has to move his rook here. Oh, by the way, shout out to Stitch Witch May. On Friday's Friday stream, as I ended the stream, like no kidding, as I hit the end stream button, Stitch Witch May, ooh, he resigned. There we go. He or she, I don't know. They rated me with 10 viewers over on Twitch. And I felt so bad because like literally I ended stream as he did that. So I was apologizing in the chat and stuff. I was like, wow, what are the odds? So yeah, also I appreciate Stitch Witch May for doing that on Friday. It was very kind of him, but talk about terrible timing. All right, so we got 1 dub. Let me get a second dub, but then Siren has sent me a link. Let's check this out. Give me a second. Okay. GM Hikaru, I don't want to think too much. All right, let's see you thinking or not thinking too much.
I can also trade and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, queen e2, queen h4, g3, knight g3, check, c6, queen b7, knight h1, king there. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna castle. I don't want
all of that just to castle. You know what's funny? It's like in all of that, all I'm thinking about is like, where's the swastika? I'm just assuming he's gonna make a swastika in all this mess. Jesus, how does his brain think like this though? I mean, I know it's with repetition and all that kind of stuff, but still, it is impressive to me.
Takes, queen e2, queen h1, take, and if I can also trade and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, queen e2, queen h4, g3, knight g3, check, c6, queen b7, knight h1, king there. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna castle. I don't want to think too.
What a clip! I like it. Thank you, Sirenis. That's actually hilarious. What a guy. Let's subscribe to Chess Daily. Let's maybe change up my algorithm on this channel. But yeah, thank you very much for that. We got a lot of fun YouTube videos to watch. There's that whole Lego, man. There's a whole Lego documentary. I say Lego documentary. There's this YouTuber who did like investigative journalism type thing around some Lego store in Utah. And I watched a bit of it. I was watching some randomly, and it's so gripping. I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I wanted to watch that. It has nothing with filmmaking and stuff, but I figured maybe that could be fun to watch. Okay, let me get one more dub. He takes, I take, we all take together, all right? Wait, what? How come when I zoom in, it doesn't do what I want? Uh-oh, am I about to lose just because I'm trying to resize this? There we go. Okay, what did I just do? I wasn't even paying attention. Let's go. All right, I'm down by like 10 seconds here. Let's catch up. Not so fast. Oh yeah, I used to watch Gotham chess. Well, I feel like I watched all the big. Listen, after COVID or during COVID, I got super into chess because of Queen's Gambit. I think that's when the show came out. Must have been during like COVID year, I think. Okay, give me a second. I'm overthinking here. I think I should take this. I think he just made a mistake. So I get a free pawn. He'll take with the knight, then I take. He'll probably move his rook, or okay, fine. But that's okay. I'll move where? I'll move to here, just to trap the knight for now. Okay. Then let me back up one spot just to make him push the pawn. Okay. Then let's counter. Okay, this is a little bit nerve-wracking. Whenever I have my queen flung out here so far, it does make me nervous. But we're up by one. We're up by one piece, so I'm happy to start trading the queen if he takes. Yo, what's happening? We got DTK in the house. DTK says, "Morning, good morning back at you, my friend. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little bit distracted here because I'm playing a timed game, and I am not, despite everyone clearly mistaking me for a grandmaster. I am not GM Hikaru. We are both Asian though, so we do share that in common. So unfortunately, I cannot multitask and talk and play epic chess. I can't play epic chess to begin with, but it's only worse. What the freak do I do here? I'm gonna put it here. Basically, I want to trade queens. Okay, the queen is scaring me because this guy's playing super aggro, and that is nerve-wracking. So I want to start getting some. I need to trade off pieces, and I'm also down by a minute, so this is not so good time-wise. But DTK, you're asking if I play chess? I do for fun. Oh, that's what I was explaining. Okay, let's trade. I accept your trade. It's been taken off, says Cyronius. Gotham is great. The rook. Oh yeah. I like his personality. I'm always impressed by people who can speak for long periods of time without really stumbling over their words and still having a coherent message or story. And that's something he does quite well. Clearly, and that's how he got popular. What do I do here? What do I do? Let's just threaten. Oh shoot, I just gave him a free piece. What was I thinking? It's okay. At least we're back to even. See, this is the problem. I can't multitask, unfortunately. Oh shoot. Oh, I just saw it too late. What am I doing? Fool, you fool. Okay, well, I screwed this one up royally. It is what it is. I could still win off of like a technicality type thing. And what I mean is not tech. Oh, I mean, I could lose on time. I'm definitely gonna lose on time, worst case. But I can still get a checkmate if he's not careful, because he's got all these pawns blocking the king. So somehow I can get my rook, because he might be cocky. Okay, so he might just go for my forced piece here. Oh, at the very least, I did get a. Okay, we'll see. I'm not in the best place. I think he noticed, but I'm also trapped too, so I can't just like launch an attack and get a free piece. I don't think. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Okay, okay. We're back in the game, boys. I got 15 seconds, so I gotta be careful. Oh no. Okay, I gotta go fast. Okay, I'm gonna move my knight here. Okay. We're just gonna trade, it's fine. I'll let him take, I take. I take, he takes, I take, he takes. Takes. Oh shoot. But I am down by time, so. Yes, alright. Gotta play fast. Alright. Yeah! Oh, I got a brilliant in this. Oh, okay, we need to watch the... Oh my god, I won by 0.3 seconds. I mean, it was either I was gonna lose on, or no. The good news is, towards the end of it, it was either gonna be a draw because I run out of time, or we got the best case, which is I won on time. Oh my god, by 0.3. You're looking at a gram. This is why people mistake me for GM Hikaru, okay? I do want to watch the, I need a play-by-play. Oh my god. Listen, those last few seconds, I was flying. I made the right predictions because he could have done something just to F with me, basically, knowing that I was probably pre-moving. But thankfully, I predicted he would have to chase this pawn. So then I just pre-moved my king going to that square. Otherwise, I probably would have lost because 0.3 seconds just, yeah, all it took was him ruining my pre-move and I would have lost. So, oh my god. All right, I want a review of this game. Analyze me. Game review. And we got a brilliant. What was the brilliant for? All right, quick pause. Let's see if it reviews. I don't know if it has the little audio. Sometimes it has the audio track or like...
That free piece won you a hard-fought game. Yes. Let's look at how that move made the difference.
That's what I want. I want to hear a voice, an AI voice tell me how smart I am. Cyronis, you said Gotham is great. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Getting a little scary there? Yes, but listen, my adrenaline's pumping. This is why I like starting the stream with this now, because it does get the juices, the creative juices, and the engine purring, okay? What was my game rating? Ooh, I played with a 2,000 rating. All right. I had, wait, this one says 0 brilliant. It gave me a brilliant. What the heck? Did it take it back? You can't rescind a brilliant. We both got 2 greats. I had 23 best moves. I made 2 mistakes, 2 misses, and 3 blunders. Not so good there. But my accuracy was 82.7. All right, let's break this shit down. I'm kind of proud of myself for that one. Ooh, and the cool thing was we were both rated roughly the same. I was rated 1647, he's 1650. Okay, let's check this out.
This opening move is popular for its versatility and control of the center.
Okay.
Favoring a strong pawn structure with the Caro-Can defense. This prevents black from advancing in the center and allows the knight to develop behind the pawn.
Actually, I learned this opening from, I think it was Gotham Chess. Is that his name? Gotham Knight? Gotham? No, I'm mixing Batman, I guess. Gotham Chess, yeah.
You strike at the center, fighting for space. C takes d5, captures the pawn on d5. A clear recapture. E takes d5, captures the d5 pawn, and controls the important e6 and c6 squares, recapturing. They've brought their piece into play while forcing your queen to retreat. This is a good time for you to get out of trouble.
Okay, so this is the book move. All right. Wait, is it telling me my... What does this thing say? Ooh, it's telling me my win rate. Actually, that's kind of interesting. I played this Caro-Can defense 7,051 times as black, and I have a 52% win rate. All right, I accept those odds.
Your opponent places a pawn in the center, gaining space and control. You are bringing your knight into play, eyeing the central squares.
I do remember, I think it was Gotham Chess saying like, it's always best knights before bishops. That line stuck with me. So I was like, okay, I should
They
always
bring
do
out
that.
their knight, increasing their control over the center. Develops the knight and supports the center.
Ooh, but this was a bad move for me, apparently. My odds dropped significantly from that. I was supposed to move the pawn first? Okay, I guess they want me to just assume my bishop can't get out. Okay.
They develop their piece, gaining tempo by attacking your queen. Your best move was to move a
Ooh.
queen to safety.
This did make me nervous, and obviously I did mess up at some point, because I think I was...
Their best option was
down.
to attack the knight with a pawn.
Oh yeah, this is where he messed up. Because then I got a free pawn.
Your opponent slipped up, but you didn't take advantage of it.
Oh, what? I wasn't supposed to take it? Okay.
A clear recapture.
What just happened? I apologize. Oh, yeah, there it is. Kevin He. Oh, wait, Kevin. I knew a Kevin in university. Kevin He. Kevin Huh. Thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. I'm supposed to be doing some proper photography stuff, you know, wildlife photo editing. But I usually like to start the stream with a couple games of chess, or at least if I win. If I lose, that's another story. So thank you very much for sticking through this. Now I'm just so curious. I'm so enamored by this game that I wanted a breakdown of it so I can learn. And also I can bask in my glory, if you will. Okay,
Your
so
opponent slipped up. A clear recapture.
they're saying it was a mistake on my part to take it. I thought it was a good move because I got an extra piece.
A logical capture.
But my God, look at this, the rating. It's basically saying that I was predicted to lose. I'm down by a significant margin here. What the heck? I didn't know that was such a bad move. I mean, this does look really precarious for sure. I was being a bit aggro. So how could he have... Well, then he did...
This move puts their bishop
Okay.
on a safer square. That's a useful pin you found.
Yeah, so I was doing the right thing by pinning. That's good to know.
They kick your queen with a pawn, forcing it. This moves your queen to a safer square. This is the only move that works. Your opponent prepares to castle kingside and secure their king.
Okay, what did I do?
This blocks the check from the bishop. Precise move from your opponent. You recapture the piece. Their best option was to attack the queen with a pawn.
Okay.
This is the only move that works, and you found it. This prepares your bishop for development.
Okay.
They kick your queen with a pawn, forcing it to move or be captured.
What did I do in this one? I think I moved my queen all the way... No, not there. Obviously not. Did I move... I think I moved it to trade. Didn't I move it here, I think? Which probably was not the best move. I'm assuming the engine's not going to like that.
You allowed the
Yeah.
opponent to force doubling of pawns. Your better option was to move a queen to safety.
Okay, so the rationale is because of the doubling of pawns, whereas my rationale is I just wanted the queens off the board. Okay, fine.
Their better move was to force doubling of pawns. This prepares a safe kingside castle for your king. They are threatening to win a rook through a fork. You prevented your opponent from being able
See,
to win a
here's
rook
where I
through a
messed up,
fork.
because he should have taken this pawn, because he's got the bishop and the knight, so I wouldn't have been able to take it back. So I did mess up there, for what it's worth. But I didn't have a choice. I didn't think I had a choice, because if I didn't castle, the knight was about to fork my king. So regardless, I see why I shouldn't have moved my queen there. I probably should have just moved it back one piece. Okay, fine. We're learning.
They missed a chance to capture a free pawn. There was a moment to punish your opponent's error, but you let it pass.
Whatever, dude. I'm just a simple man. I'm trying.
They had an opportunity to punish your inaccurate play, but didn't catch it. You calmly stepped the queen out of trouble. Their rook is now active on an open file.
So I did see that it was targeting my knight. What did I do?
Good awareness keeps the knight alive here.
Okay.
Their better move was to take an open file with a rook.
Okay, this is where I did the trade.
That was a fair trade. A clear recapture. You made that square a great outpost for a knight.
And then the reason for this one was I thought that because he's only got a what do you call this? Like a black bishop? Or a bishop that's only on the black square. So I thought my knight at least should never be threatened by that bishop. and I can only be threatened by his knight, and I'm fine with that. So that was my thinking there.
They made one of the top moves in this position. Your bishop has more scope from this square. Their rook is now active on an open file. That was a straightforward recapture. This move challenges their rook for control of the file.
And at this point, I had less than 1 minute. He had a minute and a half. So part of me was just like, I need to go fast, and I'm okay with like trading pieces because that's like takes no time. I can try to catch up on time, and if I'm up by 1, hopefully that's works in my favor.
They are right on target. Good awareness keeps the pawn alive here.
But then this is where I messed up, right?
Your opponent attacks 2 pieces at once with this fork. You've just allowed your pawn to be taken without a fight.
Yeah, whatever.
That pawn was free for the taking.
So then this is where things started going downhill.
Good awareness keeps the rook alive here. They are threatening to win material through a fork.
Yeah, oh my god, I don't think I even noticed that fork. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh yeah, that's why I lost it. I didn't notice it even while I'm watching this, and...
You permitted the opponent to win material through a fork.
Yeah, he just
White
forked
will be
me
winning
anyways.
material with that fork.
I got forked in the A, man.
You had a better option, but this is not bad. They captured your vulnerable rook. A logical capture. I like their choice. Good awareness keeps the knight alive here.
And then this is where my only play was knowing that his king was blocked. If somehow if I get my rook to the, what do you call this? The back row, or if I can flank, basically, if I can get it to the, if I can get it there, it'd be a checkmate.
The pawn slips away as black avoids material loss.
So that's why I didn't want to move my knight onto the B column, because the pawn is obviously blocking it. So I think I ended up moving the the rook to D column. So at some point, if I move the knight out of the way, I can try to checkmate. Is that what I did?
This is a fine move.
Oh yeah, and that's also why I moved this here, just to block or break up the connection of the 2 pawns. Because I don't mind if he goes after that pawn, because if it clears up one of these ranks, then I was like, ooh, there's my my checkmate. That's what I was thinking.
Decent move, but they had a better one. Your best move was to prepare a retreat square for the king.
So he took the bait.
This move gives you the opportunity to win their rook.
So he took the bait, and that's when I moved my knight.
Even with time running
Boom.
low, you found the move that wins a rook. You are threatening to deliver a back rank mate.
Back rank, that's what it's called, back rank. And yeah, I thought this is brilliant. See, I love these moments. Sometimes, you know, when you're down, they relax their guard, okay? It's like with any sport, I guess. Takes me back to wrestling days. But here I was pretty in a bad situation. I had 16 seconds left. He had 1 minute and 5 seconds. So I found the right move here. It wasted his time for a bit.
Their best option was to threaten checkmate.
So he lost about, what, 20, 30 seconds maybe? So then I got...
You captured that free rook. They created luft, ensuring, well done, an excellent move. Defending their hanging pawn. This move opens up space for your king to evade threats along the back rank. They played the strongest move available. You calmly stepped the knight out of trouble. The pawn just stepped in to defend their passed pawn.
Oh, I think my next move here was probably what was considered quote-unquote brilliant, maybe, because I did sacrifice the knight here.
You've just allowed your knight to be taken without a fight.
Never mind, it was a blunder. I thought it was a smart move, okay? Because I was like, okay, I'll sacrifice the knight. Wait, that was definitely not a smart move.
The pawn just stepped in to defend their passed pawn.
Okay, hear me out. I was like, look, I just need to get rid of pieces. I thought it was smart, okay?
You've just allowed your knight to be taken without a fight.
It was a sacrifice, right? Because then I was getting rid of the 1 pawn that could advance and royally F me. So he took it.
Capturing.
So
you
I
didn't
took.
let that pass. Their rook occupies the 7th rank, aiming to restrict your piece activity.
Regardless, I have 1 pawn above, or I have 1 more pawn than him. And then the thought was, okay, I've simplified the game enough that with my 8 seconds left, I can just quickly move pawns or move the castle back and forth. Whereas with the knight, sometimes it confuses the shit out of me. If I have to quickly move the knight back and forth to different areas, it's just like awkward to figure out these L-shaped moves. Okay, it was genius, I swear. The engine just doesn't understand human intuition, all right? It's like The engine is all book smart, and I'm like street smart. That's what it is.
Activating your king is critical in the endgame. They played one of the best moves here.
Because, oh man, so I had 8 seconds left. He had 28. Where did he lose all that time?
Activate their rook. You capturing the Yukon. This
Okay,
move
so he
opens
was
up
just quickly
Yukon.
going away.
The
My
pawn.
time was going down.
They're activating your king. They played one. You
So he's got-
activated your rook and restricted the opponent's king.
Basically, he's got 30 seconds to my 10 seconds.
Their king. Good job. They made one. Very good choice.
I got 7 seconds. He's got 26 seconds.
I like their choice. This is a fine move.
And then my only move here was I was just trying to frustrate him in case he was trying to pre-move his king. Or, yeah, I was just trying to force him to waste time into not being able to move his king to certain spots because of where I positioned my king. Whereas he can't do the exact same thing to me because I'm still protected by my pawn structure. So I think I moved the rook here in case he tried to pre-move to that spot. It would, be blocked and he loses a few seconds. So I thought I was being pretty sneaky. Okay, I was doing some
They
tactics.
played one of the best moves here. Well done. An excellent move.
So same thing here. I moved this here in case he tried to pre-move like where he wanted this pawn to move forward. By doing this, that pre-move gets ruined. Then he might have to spend some time to now figure out what else to do. Genius, really.
They made one of the top moves in this position.
Then here, I think I predicted he was trying to just check me just for the heck of it.
Very good choice.
But I don't care. I'm still just trying to frustrate him there.
I like you
So
step
then-
your king away from the check. I like their choice. You
Yeah,
step
so
your king away from the check.
I don't think I pre-moved, but I was ready for it, so I only lost 0.3 seconds there. Saroni says he was running out of moves, and the rook there actually made his pawn movement important. The rook there actually made his pawn movement important. You talking about his rook or mine? I don't know.
They played one of the best. This is a fine move. They made one of the top. Nice, definitely the right move. I like their choice. Well done, an excellent.
So
move.
now at this point, I'm like, yo, I got like 5 seconds, 4 seconds left. I'm just gonna repeat moves a little bit.
They played
with
one.
the rook.
Very good choice. They made one of. This is a. I like. Well done, an excellent move.
Oh my god. You ended up capturing his pawn. Did I? Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Did I? I have 3 seconds left. He has 13 seconds left, so it's coming up.
They played one of the best moves here.
Okay, did I check him here? I have a feeling I checked him here just to...
Very good choice.
Oh, no, I didn't.
This move drops the defense.
Oh.
Now you can simply take the pawn.
Okay, this is where I wish I could say I was doing this intentionally. There is a world where if I was that quick-witted... Because I feel
they
like
played one of the best moves here.
I feel like instinctively I should have checked him here just to give him a check, so it forces him to have to move his king. And my guess is there's a world where maybe he expected me to check him, so he might have pre-moved his king to go to the only like safe spot where he can advance. But instead, I broke his prediction
Well done, an excellent. They played one of the best moves.
by
Very good
moving
choice.
it here. So instead of checking him, I moved it to capture that pawn that you're talking about, Cyronius. And he might have then just instinctively, let's say he had 11.9 seconds left.
This move drops the defense. Now
Okay,
you can
I don't know if
simply
it's
take the pawn.
instinctively or not, but he took about a second, less than a second, to move his king to what he thought was safe. So then that got me, I had 2.8 seconds left. What did I do? I took,
You captured a free pawn.
and now he can't move forward. He can't move his pawn. He can only back up his king if he's trying to move that or move his rook around. And then what did I do? Or what
They
did he
made
do?
one of the top moves in this position.
And
This is
then
a
now I'm
fine
just
move.
like, I'm
They
just
slipped
effing
up a
around.
bit here by adding an attack. You recaptured the piece. Your opponent is putting pressure on your pawn chain.
All right, 6 seconds left for him. 1.5 seconds left for me. I just
Your passed pawn is one step
okay.
closer. Precise. You captured back.
all right, 5 seconds. I got 1.
I like their choice. Yes, this is the way.
This is the way. I got 1 second left. He's got 4.
They are right on target.
He spent 1 second for that move. I
Your
spent
opponent has to watch
0.1.
that
Okay, so
pass
I
ball.
pre-moved this one. So I lost 0.1.
They prevented you from being able to push
Oh
a
yeah,
passed
and
pawn.
this is where I did the pre-move.
Your opponent has to watch that pass pawn.
So I made the proper pre-move, assuming he was going to chase after this pawn. So then I just pre-moved my guy to go after the other pawn, I think.
Good job.
Yeah.
That's what I would have. They
Yeah.
prevented you from. Good job. That's what I would have played too. Capturing your hanging pawn.
And then he lost.
Good job. That's what I would have played too.
He lost the full last second having to go after this pawn. Because he probably didn't know, he couldn't pre-move just in case I move the pawn forward instead of moving my king. So he didn't know if he has to take the pawn there or there. So he lost the second. Whereas for me, I was just pre-moving to take the
Capturing
next pawn.
You made a passed pawn.
Boom. That was a good one. All right, I feel good. I feel rejuvenated. All right, well, there we go. Oh man, I'm feeling hungry now too. That just like worked up an appetite for me. Did I not eat today? Oh my God, I didn't eat anything today. So this is just one of those days. So at some point I might have to take a break to make myself some lunch dinner. But in the meantime, all right, thank you guys for letting me play my game of chess, a couple games of chess. We've got plenty of videos lined up here. So I like this guy, Colo Kino. We've been watching some of his videos where he breaks down like the behind the scenes of how some of the coolest cinematography is done, or I guess like how some of the coolest films are made. So we got one for Pulp Fiction. So as we do that, I'm gonna start editing my photos here. And also, before we start watching the video, let me also just like kind of do a little recap for you guys, because I did edit some photos over the weekend. So let me see, how far did we get? I think these ones I did on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's see. So I don't remember if I did this one on stream or if I did this after the fact, but this is when we got into the second trip to Mongolia. So I think I was shooting with the Z6 III and the Z9 for this particular trip. And I was testing the 85 1.2 lens quite a bit. So a number of my shots here are going to be shot with the 85 1.2. This shot, in terms of the composition, I liked this because I wanted to remove the car. So you can see there's a bit of the car there, which is not as aesthetically pleasing. But then also I wanted something to kind of represent, it almost looks like how would you describe this? You've got the way the eagle is posing, it almost looks like it blends in with the mountains, like the ridges of the mountains, kind of like the humps of the mountains. Obviously one is in focus and the other is the background, but I kind of like that as a nice framing. So I just have the eagle here on the left side, and then you see the humps behind the eagle trailing off in the background. Cyroni says, I got the last part to your IRL build. SD card arrived. Yo, awesome. Well, thank you very much. I'm excited. I still need to hear back when exactly I'll be able to do the live stream test. But either way, man, that's fantastic. By the way, Cyroni's, oh yeah, I think I mentioned to you in the DMs, but there is a chance that I'll be stateside in the coming weeks. I'm not sure yet, TBD. But if so, maybe not. Maybe it'll make it easier in terms of maybe shipping it to me state-wise instead of having to internationally ship, and then I can take it back with me on my return. Fingers crossed. A lot still up in the air, but just as an FYI. And thank you very much. What part of the US? TBD. I'm not sure yet. It'll most likely be East Coast, and then possibly heading home just to see my family. My brother's had his freaking third kid. Okay, this dude's been busy. While I'm hanging out with my two cats, I have 2 nieces and 1 nephew now. So I do want to go say hi to them. So if I'm going stateside, I might as well. But it depends, because if I go, it's for a potential project, let's say. So it's just a lot's up in the air. But yeah, obviously I'll keep you posted. This was a fun photo to edit because now I was doing a bunch of portraits of the eagle, and then this one I went a little bit interesting with the background, so less natural but kind of maintaining a little bit of a abstract, creamy, soft vibes. This was also fun because now I'm doing a super close-up of the feathers. What did I shoot this with? This was cool. So this is with the 85mm 1.2. Where'd it go? 1/6400th of a second and ISO 500. So I probably could have. I didn't have to shoot that high, but it was kind of fun to test out the 1.2 aperture. So with the aperture, you do get that nice separation there. Everything looks soft, artistic. And then this was a fun framing for me. So just getting half of the eagle's face, focusing of course on the eye, and then I think I muted the colors a little bit. I faded out the blacks a little bit and just maintained the focus on the eagle's eye. So I quite like this one. Cyrone says, I've been vibe coding an IRL Discord audio bridge app. Maples and I have been testing it. It's been a nice little project. An IRL Discord audio bridge app. Man, I have no idea what that means. Audio bridge app. But it sounds impressive. Yo, I hope I can join your guys' ranks doing IRL stuff. Like I said, my dream right now, one of the dreams, is definitely being able to travel parts of the world with you guys, all of you IRL streamers. And then we can do some, like, you know, amazing content together. I see some of those. I don't yet know if my vision is to be like a quote unquote streamer as like my end goal in life. I think being a streamer, and if that could be something you do professionally, long term, sustainably, it does open up a lot of opportunities and you know, other directions to go. But it's also all encompassing, right? And for me, I really want to make sure I don't restrict myself from the ability to travel the world, try to capture unique stories, and share it. So that's the biggest thing for me, is like, as long as that doesn't hinder the other, or if it amplifies it, then even better. But I do look at these streamers, and the collaboration effect is definitely something I feel like all key streamers have in common. Like, you don't tend to do this on your own. Whereas that's kind of the direction I've been doing. Not by choice, really. It's just I'm in Dubai. I don't really know any other streamer. I don't know what kind of streamer community is out here. And, you know, sometimes the way it's portrayed, it's not the best portrayal of Dubai content creator, let's just say. Not that I'm judging too much, but there's a certain perception of what is expected of being a content creator in Dubai. And it doesn't really jive with my flow. Cyrone says, think of it as being IRL, but then jumping into a Discord channel together and have all the audio on stream. Imagine co-streaming IRL, but in two parts of the world. That's pretty damn good. Yeah. Well, keep me posted if somehow we can test it out. You know, that'd be great. One thing that's annoying for Dubai, UAE, is as of now, Discord is still blocked, right? So I'm not able to, I have to be on VPN basically if I want to do like a Discord call or video call, which I guess with my internet, it might not be an issue, but it's just an extra step of like, come on, man. This is a fun photo to edit as well. This one was, I didn't do too much editing. It was more just because I like the framing of it. It almost looks like you're about to get, it looks like one of those mob photos where you're about to get buried 6 feet under. And so you're looking at your murderer, like, you know, the last thing you see before they shovel that dirt over you. So this was a nice close-up composition. I think the original composition, yeah. So originally I shot this in vertical mode, and then I ultimately decided to zoom in on it. And I do like those moments where you can see that double eyelid coming in. It's just so uncanny. It's very eerie, and it's also super unexpected from obviously from a human's perspective. We don't ever presume to see that. So it is a little bit like eye-catching, pun intended. So you linger on a shot like this a little bit longer. This one, the focus is off, but I don't actually mind it, because the framing of this, the framing just looks like a goofy kind of shot. And as you can imagine, if something was this in your face, you don't really expect it to be blurry, because your eyes would, your eyes would probably cross and get the subject blurry if it's that close to you anyways. So I think there's a little bit of forgiveness or grace when you have a shot like this, where it's clearly conveying something super close up to the lens. And if it's blurry, it's just like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of like real life. I think that's my BS. So this one I was just playing with some croppings. This one, it's like I shot this intentionally a little bit weird angle, so I kept it this way. Then the same thing here. This one's just doing a close-up shot of the eagle. This one I went dark with it, so we went very dark and faded. So the focus hopefully just goes onto the catch light of the eagle's one of its eyes, and the other one is shrouded in darkness. So we're going Batman vibes with this one. Cyrone says some trippy shots. Thank you very much. I was aiming for trippy, so that is the intended. That was my intention. So thank you. This one I kept the blue background. So we had a van behind us, but again with that beautiful 1.2 aperture, you do end up getting some nice bokeh balls. You get a lot of balls on the shots. So it almost kind of removes anything understandable about what's in the background. You know something unnatural is there, but it's still undetermined. But you do get these nice bokeh balls everywhere, so it just turns into nice framing, in my opinion. So I kept it all in there and just kept the eagle centered for this particular shot. This one I did a close-up just because I like the angling of the eagle's face. Focus was a little bit off, so the focus was not on the eye. Focus was on the crest, I guess. But it's a bit forgivable just because of the nice angling of the shot here, in my opinion. What's happening? We got third floor draft. I remember you, third floor draft, because I think I remember having a question about why your name is third floor draft. I forgot the answer to that though. Third floor draft, thanks for being here and for being in the messages. You said it's a car hood. Yes, it is, for sure. It was like a blue van. I think it was one of those blue Russian vans, or like a Volkswagen maybe. It was one of the, I have the photo somewhere. We can find it in a second. Actually, let's find it now. This was a cool shot. Like I said, whenever I can find one of these moments where you get, you freeze the moment when the eagle is blinking its inner eyelid. So when that eagle blinks that inner eyelid, one, it's got that very silver, is it translucent? Opaque? I don't know what the right word would be, but you get that interesting translucent effect because of the eyelid. And then number two, when that eyelid comes in, instead of blinking up and down, the eyelid comes in left and right. So it's just a very bizarre thing to see. So I was happy I could capture one of those moments, and it was decently sharp. Obviously I'm punched in quite a bit, but you know, if we zoom all the way back out, it's like fairly decently sharp. And again, it's a little bit forgivable if it's not sharp because it almost looks very reflective. But this one turned out really cool. This is like a Batman-esque. Third floor draft said it's a good backdrop. Drafting table on the third floor of the first place I worked. Gotcha. How are you doing? It's been a while. It's been quite a bit of time since I've seen you. I hope all's well. From my end, I was traveling for the past, for about 2 months in the past 3 months. So all of March and April, I was out of the country. I had a few different film projects, or I had a few travel projects. One was with CNN. I'm very excited. I can't share the final product just yet, but I am able to at least say that I got to work with CNN Create. So this is my first time working with like an actual professional team. They had reached out to me from watching one of my YouTube videos, and that turned into basically me going as like a secondary B camera operator. Really cool experience. I hope I can do more projects with them in the future. So I was gone for that trip, and then I went to Uganda for my own trip. I had a photo tour, so I took a couple photographers with me across, I think, 3 different national parks in Uganda for the shoebill storks, for the gorillas, and the chimpanzees. And then I went to Tanzania for a workshop that I was hosting. Basically, I was the photography instructor for the top guides of a safari operator in Eastern Africa. So Asilia, Africa, they have lodges across Tanzania, Kenya, and now Uganda. So I got to go as like the instructor, and I was teaching about 20 of their guides on photography. So that was a really cool experience. That was my second time doing it with that company. So I hope that should be future opportunities with them, and like hopefully future everything with these guys. I really enjoyed working with them. Hopefully they appreciated the value. So that took place all throughout March and April, and in between I was staying in Munich. I was crashing with a friend because I figured, given the current state of affairs in Dubai, where I live, it didn't make sense for me to travel back and forth between Dubai and those countries, just in case the airport shuts down for any reason. So I stayed with my friend in Munich. That became my base for the past 2 months of travel. So now that I'm back, I've got like 20 terabytes of footage, 25,000 photos across these 3 countries, Germany, Tanzania, and Kenya. So that's kind of been the focus of my stream since I've been back, is like editing through them. And I'm taking a quick pause to edit these Mongolia photos because I want to quickly make a video, like a photo montage video of all of my best photos from Mongolia, since I did post a YouTube video last week about my trip to Mongolia. So I figure while I'm on that, let's just carry forward with it. Okay, so just to go back to what you were asking, here's that van. I thought I had a better photo to show. But yeah, it was like this kind of Russian van. Oh no, it wasn't Russian. Is that the Honda thing? I don't know cars. Point is, we had this van there, and so that just ended up, it wasn't like the most ideal thing to have behind the eagle. Like, if it was up to me, I just want a clean shot of the eagle at all times without anything unnatural behind. But listen, you know, you get what you get, you work with it. And so at the very least, when I did get some shots with it, I figured let me try to keep a little bit of that bokeh effect, bouncing off like the glass or the mirrors or whatever else on the car. Okay, anyways, where were we? I wanted to show the rest of the photos that I had edited. Cyronia says, Jesus, 20 terabytes. Yes, it's no joke. It is no joke. I go a little bit crazy with footage. I'm hoping over time it shouldn't be as many terabytes per trip. Because right now I'm still in the mode of like, let me film everything. I can't miss a moment because I don't trust myself as a cinematographer, filmmaker enough. So I just need to record everything just in case I miss something so that I could tell the right story. And I'll do several takes of the same thing because I'm not skilled enough to do it in one take. There's like so many reasons why it balloons into so much footage. Over time, with experience, I do think I should start to be more selective with what I capture. Delicious. How many cards are you going through at that rate? I usually I think for this, I traveled with 4 terabyte SSDs. So I had like multiple 4 terabyte portable SSDs. And then each project was, let's call it each project, I think I filmed about 6 to 8 terabytes per project, something like that. Yeah, something in that ballpark. So like each project, let's call it maybe 6 to 8 terabytes, plus my time in Munich. I didn't film as much in Munich. That was just like every day I was going out to film a few things, photograph a few things. But the point is, with the 3 projects over 2 months, that then turned into roughly 20 terabytes. Overshoot and find in the edit. Yes, exactly. Third floor draft. That's been my approach for the longest time. And what I was explaining at the start of today's stream is that my goal, you'll probably still see a lot of that in the next several things that I post on YouTube, what I edit on live streams, because it's only very recent that I've been starting to adhere to more of a proper process and workflow of like a professional filmmaker. For now, I just shoot everything, see if there's a story after the fact, and then hopefully in the future, I'll have the story in mind and then shoot just for that. So we'll see. Here's some more shots of the eagle. So here, obviously, we had an interesting portrayal of the eagle because it did a little weird, unnatural head cocking motion that, you know, go ahead and try, but obviously you would break your neck. And then this is definitely going to be one of the, it could be one of the hero shots because we have this proper, you know, now we have that double eyelid effect, but it's nice and sharp. So here I landed the focus. Thankfully, focus was tack sharp. So now you can see the veins of this second eyelid as it slides in. And so then it just kind of, and it's also nice and shiny. So it almost looks like, I don't know. It's like it could look like a diamond or like some kind of gem. But the point is it's the eye. So this one was fun. Maybe I'll come back and edit it further, but for now I think it's fine. Then this is just an interesting shot because this is Dennis, one of the guys who's joined me on a number of trips now. So, you know, there's this nice framing. I don't know what this bird is called, but we saw this one bird there, so I took one casual photo. Not my best, not the most special, but unless this bird is like super rare, in which case, yes, I meant to take this shot. It was so impressive of me to spot it. But you'll get to the storyboard and plan phase, but I would recommend a book, books to study. Yeah, and you know what? That's what I've been doing on stream. Not reading books, but we've been lining up a number of YouTube videos. So right now I've been on this binge of watching like a lot of behind the scenes of how certain movies were made. So I'm tangentially learning a little bit about, you know, just literally how do you make a blockbuster movie? How did the story come together? How did they get this particular scene shot? So whatever I can glean from that, and hopefully I write it down here. And then there's some other videos lined up where it goes more into detail specifically around filmmaking techniques and stuff. So yeah. Now we got a bit of landscape. So it's been a while since I've like really focused on landscape photography. But this was a fun one. It was a panoramic stitch. And you know, I ended up going a little bit dark with the edits. I wanted to play on the shadows, the light and the shadows on the mountains without adding too much texture and clarity on the mountain itself. If there's one thing I learned a little bit from this one photographer, Daniel Corden, he definitely was one of the first ones to really inspire me to improve my craft of photography, especially travel photography. He's incredible with landscapes. And I remember, I think it was him, but it was like breaking down how, you know, counterintuitively at the time for me, you don't want to over sharpen or increase the clarity or texture of your landscapes. And instead, if you soften everything, if you remove some of the texture, that can actually, for whatever reason, I never actually remember why, but it can make your shot look a lot better. Whereas when you over sharpen, I think there's something about it that I wish I knew why. It's probably some psychological thing, but yeah, I think there's something about when everything feels soft, you can have more of a dreamy look, perhaps. So that's what I was going for with this one, is like soften the texture up a bit, and darken it a bit so you can see a little bit more of the effect of these like dramatic clouds that were kicking in, but then how the light was cutting through at times to cast a bit of shadows and lights here. So anyways, that was the thought process. You'll get to the, oh, sorry. Yeah, I read that already. Thank you very much, third floor. This was a cool shot of these two camels just posing for me. So we got a little bit of a mirrored effect. I think the focus was more on the camel on the right, if I'm not mistaken. But we do have one, like on this particular shot, you can barely see one of the camel's eyes are reflected, like you can see the light reflecting off of it. So it does give the effect of being sharp. So that helps. I'm not sure if this is the proper color grading that I should do for this shot. It's a bit simple. It's a bit bright compared to my normal stuff, but I'm trying to think of this photo more for like a print. If I wanted this as a photo print, what is the best way to approach it? And I feel like it's either black and white or pastel. I'm not sure, but like what would convince someone to say, I want this printed on my wall and framed on my wall? And I think the more colors, it might not actually be the answer. So haven't decided yet what's the best way to fully edit this one. But yeah, hopefully this can be on someone's wall someday. Oh yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about. I saw something random about some couple who was encouraging people to actually sell photo prints. And, you know, it could be a gimmick because they're like selling courses about how to do it. But it did make me rethink, like, should I try to sell my photos? I stopped trying years ago because it was such a saturated market of trying to do like stock photography and stuff like that. And even like selling prints, it's just like tough to figure out how do you work through a print shop and then ship it and all that fun stuff. But I wonder, there might be some avenue, and also now you got AI and stuff, but I wonder if there is an avenue where I could try to do some custom prints, especially hopefully if my YouTube and my live streaming continues in the right direction. It could be like a way that you can support the channel by, you know, purchasing, let's say like an exclusive limited edition or whatever, like, you know, one of these photos, and then I'll ship it, you know, print it, ship it, sign it, whatever. You know, in lieu of just doing normal stream donations or things like that. So I thought that could be something of interest for sure. But that requires a lot more than just my half-assed thoughts. So I need to think through it a bit more. But food for thought. Third Floor says, The Art of the Storyboard, a filmmaker's introduction by John Hart. All right, let's check this out. Is that a YouTube video? Is that a book? The Art of the Storyboard, a filmmaker's introduction. It is a book. Okay. This sounds like something that's worth reading. Now, I'm trying to be honest with myself. Will I actually read it? Knowing myself, I used to read all the time. That was like my first passion in life. But my days have become so... Okay, let me put this here so I don't forget it. Thank you very much for sharing that. So that might just be something I should research. Do you know how long the book is? I should have just checked it, but... All right, so here's Dennis. I love taking photos of my guests when I travel because it's like, one, it's good practice for me still to make sure I still know how to do good portraits and stuff. But then, yeah, it's nice to be able to give something back to your clients when they travel with you. Oh, these were super fun for me to edit over the weekend. So I do really like doing cultural shots, or like mixing animal with humans, right? So to get this eagle hunter with his eagle and his horse and try to figure out the right framing, how do I color grade this? So just for some behind the scenes, this was the, oh no, this one I didn't crop. I think the next one I might have cropped. A few of these I think I ended up cropping. But this one is the before and after. So in my opinion, I think the before shot looks good on its own. It looks very, I can't show it full screen, but I think the before shot is already very nice and clean. A little bit underexposed, but I don't mind that for this effect. And so what I did is I lifted the shadows just a bit. I added a bit of fade effect to it, and then just brightened up the face a little bit. I changed up the background sky so it was a bit more dehazed and had more color to it, and then just amplify a little bit of the light coming in from the top right. Also, my hair is now drooping and scratching my nose, which is super freaking annoying because it's itchy as F. All right, hopefully this helps. There we go. Third Floor says it's also a reference with visual elements that help with narrative shots. Ooh, okay, that helps a lot. 200 pages. That's not bad. That's not bad. So this is a fun photo. This one I just cropped it to be 16 by 9, I think. Yeah, but roughly, you know, obviously the same moment. But then this one I did even out, or like flatten the lighting on the face a bit more than in the previous shot. Because in the previous shot it was more obvious, like there was actual light bouncing off part of his face. So I wanted to make sure that contrast is still there. Whereas this one, he turns his face, so his entire face is covered in shadows, right? It's not, the light isn't necessarily bouncing off of it. So it made it easier for me creative wise to like, how do I play with this one? These ones, I'll probably come back to this because it's a little bit faded. It might be too faded on the horse, so it's a bit like flatter on the horse. And also, it might just be better to crop in like this. So instead of doing a full screen shot, because it's going to be shrouded in darkness down here anyways, it might look better to do a little bit landscape for that. But this one's a better pose. So here is, he's looking off into the distance. The eagle's not necessarily looking the same direction, but we've got the horse looking at the camera, blurry. So technically I can keep this as a full screen portrait shot, or I can crop it. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll create two versions, because I can see this one looking nice as a full screen, right? But the problem is, again, the eagle, I wish the eagle's face was a bit more visible there. So we'll see. I'm not sure yet what to do with that one. Here I'm just playing with some landscapes with the subject. So same thing, I'm playing a little bit with black and white. And the thought process again is like, what would someone prefer to have as a canvas or something framed on the wall? And the colors here originally are not like the coolest. It's a lot of just like very muted, but not the prettiest colors. You get a little bit of like bluish and a little bit of brownish mixed in. So I figure for a shot like this, the colors aren't really adding much to the drama, to the stylistic element of this. So that was my reasoning, where it's like maybe I just remove the color entirely. Who knows? Who knows? This one, just trying my best to get one of these shots where it's closed in. This one actually ended up being much harder to edit than I expected. I think that was the last one I edited over the weekend. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So let me start it up here. All right, so we're caught up over what I did on the weekend. Let me just shrink this guy up a bit. So let me go to the next photo. What did I edit? This one. Oh yeah, I was starting to edit this one. So this one I just ended up cropping in quite a bit. So it's gonna be super, super panoramic, ultra wide vision style. I don't know what the right word would be, but super widescreen. And the key thing here is obviously you got the eagle in flight, and then you've got the horse in the background just to add a little bit of creativity to it. I need to edit this further because you can see here there's a bit of masking that was wrong, so I need to just fix that. So we're going to start with this photo as we watch some YouTube videos. In terms of YouTube videos, what do we got lined up? So we got this making of Pulp Fiction, okay.
Take a look.
Then we've got why storyboarding will make you a better filmmaker. Then we got a Casey Neistat, the worst dog park in New York City. This one, I mean, it's Casey Neistat. So I just find him, he's obviously like the OG of YouTube. But one of the things I always also need to learn how to improve is just vlogging, how to talk to a camera. How do you tell interesting stories with simple things, like whether it's just day in the life type stuff. So that's also, it behooves me to improve that craft alongside like actual filmmaking stuff. Another one from Colo Kino. This movie has no business being so much fun. I think it's about the gentleman. What is this one? Marquise Brownlee, the hidden tech behind an NBA broadcast. I saw a little bit of what he posted on social media, and this is like so impressive to me. When you see like these cameramen for sporting events and how they track a baseball being hit in the air or a basketball being shot, and like how they can somehow magically track the freaking subject and the ball without missing a beat. I don't know how they do that. And so I actually do want to understand more. I'll lift this one all the way. It'll be the second video we watch. Okay, next, then we got one called What It Really Takes to Make a Film from Scratch. This is from BBC Global. So okay. Reputable, sure. Studio binder. Most directors misunderstand establishing shots. So that sounds like something that could be helpful for me to know, so I don't lean into it or do it incorrectly. Then what is this one? Anthony Bourdain, Wong Kar-wai's cinematographer, shot Bourdain like a dream. So, I mean, it's Anthony Bourdain, okay? And if this is going to be something where I learn a bit about how the person who shot Bourdain really well shares how they did it, well, sign me up.
This man spent his
And then I mentioned this earlier, but this has been going viral in the past week or so from a YouTuber named Reckless Ben. And this story sounds so crazy and unfathomable to me. How much how insane it is in terms of the level of potential corruption. Assuming good faith, assuming this guy actually isn't fudging things, and if this is as he says it, it's very insane. And so, like, it has nothing to do with anything that I do, but I figure I might want to watch this. And then we got Making of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which I think is it's a really good movie in my opinion. So there we go. So that's what we got lined up. Third Floor Draft says, not sure if this works for Mac OS. Let me grab my drink. But with YouTube, you can right-click twice, and there's a picture-in-picture mode that allows you to float the video as always on top. No shot. By the way, thank you very much. I need all of these types of advice on how to stream as well, because I've seen streamers, and they do somehow do what you're saying, and it just looks clean. Whereas I have to then, I'm shrinking my photo editing and stuff. Picture-in-picture. And I do have YouTube Premium, so I hope mini player. Oh, but then this keeps me... No. So the mini player still exists within the browser. So I can't like drag it out of the browser itself. It's a second right click. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Mini player loop settings, quality, ambient mode. What is ambient mode? I have ambient mode turned on. I have it on theater mode, but that just makes it widescreen. And then autoplay. The only option I see is mini player. Right click again off that first menu. Right click. If I right click settings, it just takes me to the Meanwhile, let me ask ChatGPT. Hello. I'm watching YouTube, and I was wondering if there's a way that I can do a picture-in-picture mode that allows me to float the video as always on top without actually having to take up my real estate on my screen to have the browser open.
Well, partner, ain't that just the most common modern human problem? Can't stand to miss a single frame. Lucky for you, most browsers these days got a picture-in-picture feature baked right in. You right-click on the video twice, 'cause once would be too easy, I reckon, and you'll see an option to pop it out. Once that little window's free, it'll stick on top like a stubborn mule, no matter what you do with the rest of your screen.
Yo, okay, Third Floor, you were absolutely correct, but I didn't know that even existed as a function. I didn't know if you quickly right-click twice, like a double tap, it does that. I thought you meant like once I right-click, I have to right-click again somewhere in here. But okay, so if I right-click twice, I didn't know this was a thing. What the heck? Okay, then there's picture-in-picture. Okay. What the heck? Okay, so now I can full screen. Oh my God, Third Floor Draft, you are a godsend. Holy crap. Wait, hold on. Let's see if it actually works. So then, where should I put this? I think I'll put it in the bottom left. What the heck? You can scale the video? Okay. Okay, this is great. But now I got to figure out where to place it where it doesn't actually get in the way. Probably the bottom left corner. And then I guess maybe what I can do is instead of full screening this, I could still shrink it a little bit, right? Let's see. If I do something like this. I usually cover the preview. That's what I was thinking, but I want it to be a little bit larger. I don't want the YouTube video to be so small that you can't actually see what's going on. Because that's like way too small. Also, I do actually look at the preview quite a bit. Because sometimes I find like looking at the thumbnail or the preview gives me a better sense if I'm in the right direction with my art, like my editing. Because sometimes you're so like zoomed in, you need to like zoom out to see the full picture kind of at a distance. All right, let me put this guy, we'll put it in the bottom left corner for now and see when it gets annoying. Thank you again, Third Floor. This is fantastic. We are leveling ourselves up.
So the NBA players are not
you know
the
what I
only
could do?
talented ones.
Also, while we're doing this, what I could do in the future is maybe just build an OBS scene so that, maybe there's some way to do that. So then the video can show up on your screen outside of this window, just like maybe off to the side or even where my camera is. Maybe it just takes over some element of that real estate. I don't know. There's stuff I'm sure I can figure out. But we have leveled up, so that's the good news. But I need to exit this. I wanted to watch the other video first. No worries, got to work. Best of luck on the edits. Thank you very much. You were a godsend. I appreciate it. Okay, so how do I exit this? Besides hitting... Okay, let's exit that. Let me go back to this. And then we'll play this one. Picture in picture. Wow.
Premiere of Reservoir Dogs, Quentin spent 6 months in Amsterdam. The first few months he did what everyone does in Amsterdam. Later, Roger Avery joined him, and they started work on the screenplay that would later become Pulp Fiction. Quentin already had in his hands the proposal for his next project, with a budget of at least $1 million. This happened thanks to Danny DeVito, who was devastated at not being able to participate in the making of Reservoir Dogs. Later, Danny would make studios pay just to read a new Tarantino script, and later became the producer for Pulp Fiction.
Danny DeVito was in... He was in Reservoir Dogs? What? Did I miss this? Did this happen and I just didn't know? What the heck? Danny DeVito, Reservoir Dogs. While Danny DeVito isn't in Reservoir Dogs, he was actually the person responsible for getting Quentin Tarantino's follow-up masterpiece, Pulp Fiction, made. After reading the screenplay for Reservoir Dogs and realizing it was already in production, DeVito sought out a meeting with the then unknown Tarantino. Highly impressed, DeVito made a deal on the spot to produce Tarantino's next project, whatever it might be. When studios originally passed on the Pulp Fiction script, DeVito, via his production company, championed it and helped secure the funding. Wow. Okay, hold on. I need... What is Quentin Tarantino's backstory? Specifically, how did he get into Hollywood? Did he go to film school? Was he self-taught?
Well, partner, Tarantino didn't mosey into Hollywood through some fancy film school. He was a video store clerk. Yes, standing behind a counter renting movies. That's where he devoured them all. He taught himself, writing and crafting his own scripts. Reservoir Dogs was his big break. Harvey Keitel jumped on board as both actor and producer, and once that blew up, well, the rest is history. No film school diploma needed when you're stubborn enough to write your own path.
Okay, well that's badass. All right, let's keep going.
helping Quentin to receive an $8.5 million budget.
So finally, we brought it to Miramax, and Harvey Weinstein.
And they said, go, boom.
Go for it.
And it's like the hit.
There I am.
It's
now.
like
That's right.
One of the great movies of the decade.
It's a classic. It's
Do you get a lot of money out of this?
Buckaroos.
Hey!
Meanwhile, in the Netherlands, the screenwriters had come up with something epic. They took all the drafts and decided to combine them into a new project. First, Avery's Chaos Rules the World became the Golden Watch scene. They also added a deleted scene with the soiled car interior from True Romance, a perfected story about a date, and a dialogue that never made it into Natural Born Killers.
We're not at the finish yet, baby.
By mid-1993, they had it finished. Quentin asked Avery to continue working on the movie with him. But Roger needed money fast because he wanted to get married and to shoot his own film,
Killing Zoe.
So he sold the rights to Pulp Fiction.
It's legal to sell it.
The rights were bought immediately by Miramax Studios, and Tarantino began preparations for shooting. He was able to get almost the whole Reservoir Dogs team: Tim Roth, Steve Buscemi, Harvey Keitel, producer Lawrence Bender, and his irreplaceable helper and main supporter, editor Sally Menke.
I knew from meeting Quentin that it was going to be something really special.
Then he began casting the other roles. The main hero was to be Vic Vega, whose part was written for Michael Madsen.
I promised Michael the part. And then Michael signed up to do White Earp, so he wasn't available.
Later, he would come to regret that decision.
Well, no shit. Wait, who?
The main hero was to be Vic Vega, whose part was written for Michael Madsen.
I promised Michael the part. And
Who's Michael Madsen? Michael Madsen? Oh, this guy. Oh, he wasn't in it. Wait, what?
then Michael signed up to do White Earp, so he wasn't available.
Later, he would come to regret that decision.
I wasn't screwed up about it because I was like, well, okay, that's no problem because I have this other way to go right over here.
The character was turned into Vic's brother, Vincent, and producer Lawrence Bender was planning on inviting Daniel Day-Lewis to play the part.
Wow.
But Quentin had an idea, which caused everyone to think him bat crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Travolta.
Yes. Now, it's difficult to imagine anyone else playing Vincent Vega. But by 1993, no one was taking John Travolta seriously anymore. In the 70s, the head of Disney Studios, Michael Eisner, called him the biggest star on the planet since he had been nominated for an Oscar for Saturday Night Fever and starred in the cult favorite Grease. However, a series of unfortunate decisions led him to act in films like Chains of Gold, The Experts, and Look Who's Talking.
As much as I like John Travolta, I couldn't bring myself to watch some fucking talking baby movie.
Oh! Who is that?
People had stopped taking Travolta seriously, but Tarantino saw genius in him. In one of his favorite films, Blowout, by Brian De Palma, Travolta put on what Quentin would call one of the best acting performances in the history of cinema.
Damn.
Blowout, the Brian De Palma film, which is one of my 3 favorite films of all time. His performance in that is great.
And then you thought this guy...
Blowout? Okay. Well, if Tarantino is saying it's one of his favorite movies, I feel like perhaps I should watch it. Blowout. John Travolta. 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. 88, 81. While recording sound effects for a slasher flick, Jack Terry stumbles upon a real-life horror, a car careening off a bridge and into a river. Jack jumps in the river, fishes out Sally. Yo, what the heck is going on here? I feel like one of those things like old movies, their trailers always gives the entire story away. I feel like their trailer is like 5 minutes long and it tells you exactly every scene that's going to happen. And it's no different with this synopsis here. Why is it giving so much detail in this summary? Jack jumps into the river, fishes out Sally from the car, but the other passenger is already dead. A governor intending to run for president. As Jack does some investigating of his tapes and starts a perilous romance with Sally, he enters a tangled web of conspiracy that might leave him dead. Ooh, okay. Let me write this down. I'm going to add this to my movie list. Blowout with John Travolta. Okay. Cool. Let's keep going.
Is much better than the roles he's getting.
Oh yeah. People just have bad memories, and I just haven't seen him used in a movie the way I thought he should be used.
From their first meeting, it was clear. Fate brought them together. When he stepped into Tarantino's cluttered apartment, Travolta, who owned a 20-bedroom mansion in Maine, apartments in Florida, and 3 personal jets, was shocked. Quentin was living at the same apartment that John had rented when he first arrived in Los Angeles in 1974.
Nobody knows it right from the start. I gave you my heart. Whoa.
After Tarantino spent several hours quoting lines from Travolta's movies, played Grease the board game with him,
And the two of you, grown adults, are seated on his floor playing these games and you're singing.
I guess it was kind of a fantasy for him. Yeah.
My goodness.
and showed him the complete collection of his films, John accepted the offer to play Vincent Vega.
All right, it was a miracle. Can we go now?
To Tarantino's surprise, the decision to cast Travolta was not met with universal applause. It even became the reason why the heads of Miramax started to doubt their investment in the project. Even
Jesus.
Lawrence Bender was unsure in the beginning.
You can get anybody in the world. Why do you want John Travolta?
I thought that he was going to probably have a lot of trouble getting me cast in it. As earnest as he was in wanting me to do it, there's a lot more kind of hot actors or contemporary actors that would fill the bill easier than I would.
And I thought he had far more to lose than I did, frankly, at the time. In theory, I had my shot at, a 20-year shot at things, and that's a pretty good run and all that, and I'm on my way. But for Quentin, his second movie out, fourth movie he had written, I felt he had a lot more to lose by putting me in the equation.
But Tarantino didn't budge. It was Travolta, or no one. And he even told the producers that he wouldn't make the film if John wasn't in it.
Don't be looking at me like that, all right? I can feel your look.
Bruce Willis turns under pressure from, and he even told the
I like that kind of loyalty.
producers that he wouldn't make the film if John wasn't in it.
I mean, it's like a personal thing, just about anything, really. But I think loyalty is, it's in short supply. You know what I mean? It's easy to say you're loyal, and then when shit hits the fans, you see really quickly how much people don't stand on their principles or backs out. So I'm not saying this with anyone or anything in mind. It's just general. It's a generality. I'm speaking in generalities, but I do really respect when people maintain a level of loyalty like that. And I try my best, I think, in my life to try to, do the same thing, whether it's with my friends or it could be work related. It could just be whatever. But generally speaking, it's like, look, there's something cool about having people who've got your back and vice versa. So the more I'm learning about this Tarantino guy, and obviously it's very biased because this guy, in my opinion, what was his name? Kilo Kino? I feel like he is a huge fan of Tarantino, but we have it. So there might be some bias here. We're watching a lot of things that reflect the best of him. But watching these have definitely increased my respect for Tarantino as a person. Like, there's no doubts that he is a creative genius with his work, but without really knowing, he sounds like kind of an asshole, I'm sure. There's probably other things. He's very abrasive. He seems to have that kind of personality about him. But the few things we've seen from all these these YouTube videos is that he oftentimes sticks his neck out for those people that he cares about. And he also tends to find those underdogs or the actors, actresses that are past their prime, if you will, and then give them an opportunity, which is all cool stuff. I like that a lot. So anyways,
be looking at me like that, all right? I can feel your look.
Once again, under pressure from Quentin, the producers and the studio backed off. Later, thanks to Keitel, the cast was joined by his neighbor, Bruce Willis. Turns out he was a fan of Reservoir Dogs and could quote any line from it.
Bullshit. He goes like, if I had read Reservoir Dogs, I would have been in Reservoir Dogs. I would have agreed to do it.
Though Quentin had initially hoped to get Sylvester Stallone to play Butch, he was so impressed with Willis's enthusiasm that he chose him, giving yet another actor's career a second wind.
So, Mr. Willis, let me ask you a question here. Is this the finest moment of your acting career, or what?
This is the pinnacle. From here on in, it slides down the backside of the
It's a really well-told story, and his execution of the telling of that story, you know, lived up to it. But it's a really cool story, and the best script that I've you know, read in 10 years.
That was a great one.
Pulp Fiction allowed critics to...
Ooh. Can I zoom in on this? Okay, so to film a car scene like this, how do they rig it up? They've got the classic, I say classic, but they've got the suction cups from which they got like looks like a big rod and some clamps. And then they stuck the camera on one end. And then the front of it looks insane.
10 years.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's a little too blurry for me to make it out. But that's an insane rig. That is crazy. So for my live stream pilot on the Jeep Safaris, it'll be nothing like this level. But can you imagine?
That was a great one.
Pulp Fiction allowed critics to see Bruce for the first time as more than.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
As for Samuel L. Jackson, despite having a role written specifically for him, he almost jumped ship when he came to a reading only to find it was an audition with another candidate, Paul Calderone.
Oh, Vincent Vega, our man in Amsterdam.
Paul Calderone, who plays English Dave in the movie, came in and murdered in an audition. Just killed it. We were blown away. And I was always a fan of Paul from, Q&A and King of New York and everything. And we were just blown away by what he did. And then Sam Jackson came in. Sam kind of thought he had the part. So he didn't kill the audition. So I go, okay, well, that's it. Okay, Paul gets the part. And then Harvey Weinstein's like, whoa, wait a minute. And the thing is, I wasn't like trying to not do that. I know Sam would be fantastic. It was an embarrassment of riches. What we were gonna do is this. We were gonna erase the first two auditions. We were gonna bring them in on Sunday, and Paul would do his thing. He'd split. Sam would come in here as long as we wanted him. He'd do his thing. He'd split. And then we would literally decide. And Paul came in there, and Paul was terrific. He killed. And then Sam Jackson came in. And Sam not only killed, it was like we were sitting in the theater watching the end of the movie. And that was like, okay, I guess Sam got it.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Hey man, you the man. Hey, thank you. No, thank you. No, you the man. No, you the man.
All right. We the man.
We the man.
His skill amazed the director so much that Tarantino cast him in almost all of his films and never made him audition again.
That's all you had to say.
As for those who didn't make it into the film, it's worth mentioning that Ellen DeGeneres auditioned for the role which was eventually played by Rosanna Arquette.
With all the shit in her face?
No, that's Jody. That's my wife.
Finally, on the 20th of September, 1993, he began shooting Pulp Fiction.
Well, let's not start sucking each other's dicks quite yet.
Filming had started, and still, Quentin was choosing who he was going to play. Though he saw himself as Lance the drug dealer, he decided on playing the anxious Jimmy.
Don't fucking Jimmy me, Jules. Okay?
Thinking that he wanted to be...
Man, his acting is so bad. It's always a nice reminder that being a genius does not necessarily make you talented at everything. But I mean, I respect how bad he is at acting, and how shameless he is at still doing it. You know, I respect it. I just don't think maybe he's gotten better. I actually don't remember what he's like in some of his latest films, but man, I remember him in Pulp Fiction. It's like okay.
On the other side of the camera in the final scene of Vincent Vega and Marcellus Wallace's wife. The scenes involving Tarantino were directed by Robert Rodriguez.
They look like a couple of dorks.
Ha ha ha. You're closed, motherfucker.
Just sitting here. Oh, I'm so great at this.
Also, look who has decided to join us. The one and only. Look at the pretty girl there. Let's give her a moment to just say hi to the stream as she makes her little biscuits. Jesus. How long does it take to make your biscuits, Nala? All right, there we go. Yes, Nala. And then meanwhile, where's our buddy Kimbap? Just sleeping away. All right, we got a full house. Family is here. We're all just hanging out today. Oh, sorry. Good girl. All right. So with that little intermission, let me get back into some photo editing. Good girl. Yeah. Cool. Proceed.
That was you acting in the film as well. You have a nice role. Did you sleep with the director?
Yeah, well, yes, I gave him a job.
When
Jesus.
one thinks of Pulp Fiction,
Jesus,
one
man.
instantaneously pictures the interior of the Jackrabbit Slim's restaurant.
In a Rob Reiner movie, this would be like about $1 million. All right. I mean, this exact set and everything, but our production designer, because he's a genius, did the whole thing for $150,000.
No wonder the milkshakes were so expensive.
Did you just order a $5 shake?
Mm-hmm.
On a serious note, besides the obvious references, there were a few more interesting ones. The walls of the restaurant were hung with posters of Roger Corman's films.
Some French critic described Roger Corman's movies as like a desperate cry from the heart of a pathetic fast food culture. I go, hey, I like that.
The waiter, played by Steve Buscemi, looks like one of Quentin's favorite
That was
musicians.
That was Steve Buscemi. I didn't know he was in the movie. Wow.
Of a pathetic fast food culture. I go, hey, I like that.
The waiter, played by Steve Buscemi, looks like one of Quentin's favorite musicians, Buddy Holly.
Oh.
I am Buddy.
Side note. So one thing I think I'm fairly good at, and I think hopefully it's evidenced in my little the dialed.gg sound games that I do in the at the start of the streams. I think I have a decent ear for things, okay? I do stand by that I think I have above average. One thing I've always prided myself with was having a good ear for actors, actresses when I hear their voice. So like if I'm watching a Pixar movie or whatever, and you just go with their voice, I feel like I can recognize the voices pretty well. So, and I'm saying this knowing that like it doesn't really make me special what I'm about to say. I'm sure most people got it right away. But I watched Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut, over the weekend, the 3-hour movie, and I thought it was pretty good for what it's worth. I would give it like a 7.5 out of 10, something like that. And I immediately recognized the king's voice, the one that's wearing the mask because he's got leprosy. And I was like, wait, that sounds like Edward Norton. But I don't remember anything about Edward Norton in this movie. And then when the king was played again, or when there's another scene with the king and he's talking, I'm like, yo, I swear to Christ, that sounds like Edward Norton. What the heck? So then I Googled it as I was watching the movie, and it turns out it is him. And he I guess intentionally did not want people to know that he was in the movie so that people don't get distracted by that role, especially because the face is, there's a mask on the face at all times, basically. So anyways, where am I going with that? Yeah, it's just a random little thing I think I'm fairly good at recognizing. And now I'm like kind of hitting myself in the head here because like, how did I not recognize that was Steve Buscemi? Because I feel like he has such a recognizable voice. And to be fair, he just plays a quick scene of like the waiter, but come on, how did I miss that?
The posters of Roger Corman's films.
Some French critic described Roger Corman's movies as like a desperate cry from the heart of a pathetic fast food culture. I go, hey, I like that.
The waiter, played by Steve Buscemi, looks like one of Quentin's favorite musicians, Buddy Holly.
Hi, I'm Buddy. What can I get you? You know what this is? It's the world's smallest violin playing just for the waitresses.
And the tables made of cars were borrowed from the movie Speedway, starring Elvis Presley.
And all you gotta do is just let yourself go.
By the way, the same building that was home to Jackrabbit Slim's also housed Butch's hotel room, the room which Vincent and Jules enter, and the basement of the Mason-Dixie pawn shop. It was from the parking lot of this very building, during filming, that Quentin's car was stolen. The same car which Vincent drives in the movie. 20 years later, a policeman found it accidentally when he stopped two teens who were stealing it from its new owner, who had no idea that he had spent the last 15 years riding around in Quentin Tarantino's car.
No shot.
You know who Quentin Tarantino is? Nope. Had no clue who he was. Did you ever see the movie Pulp Fiction? Nope.
What's more chicken shit than fucking with a man's automobile? I mean, don't fuck with another man's vehicle. You don't do it. It's just against the rules.
In Pulp Fiction, Quentin included more references than in any other of his works. Vince and Mia's dance was a reference to 8.5. Butch and Marcel's meeting, Psycho. And the glowing case was from Kiss Me Deadly. As for the dialogues, half of the movie was references to other films.
Want that gun, don't you, Zed? Go ahead and pick it up.
You want that gun? Pick it up.
Huh.
I wish you would.
Go strip you naked and go to work on you with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
With a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
And I just stood there and I went, ah! And then, and she came back like that.
You're also a natural character.
I've been telling her that. You know, I got natural character.
Because you are a character doesn't mean that you have character.
Peter, I'm worried about that gun going off. You know, by accident, if we hit a few bumps.
Probably, you went over a bump or something.
Hey, the car ain't hit no motherfucking bump.
The most important of which was Jules' sermon, which practically copied Karate Kiba.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger, who poison and destroy my brothers.
Considering the result of the premiere, which occurred at Cannes in May of 1994, it's hard to believe that the film only cost $8.5 million. Hell, just Bruce Willis's paycheck for Die Hard 2 was bigger than the whole budget for Pulp Fiction.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
A few days later, Quentin received the grand prize of the film festival.
Pulp Fiction.
Cannes started a chain reaction. The movie received awards from the Film Critics Association for Best Picture, Best Directing, Best Screenplay, Best Acting done by John Travolta, as well as Golden Globe and BAFTA for Best Screenplay, as well as 7 Oscar nominations. Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, Best Director, Screenplay, and Film Editing. But at the 67th Academy Awards ceremony, Pulp Fiction together with The Shawshank Redemption were victims of the sweeping success that was Forrest Gump.
I got it.
Really?
I believe he said he had to go pee.
It was one of the most predictable battles for the Oscars. But Pulp Fiction did get a statuette for Best Original Screenplay. And their acceptance speech is considered to be one of the best in the history of the Oscars.
My wife Gretchen, who I love more than anything in the world. And I really have to take a pee right now, so I'm gonna go. Thank you.
Ah, Forrest Gump. That was good. That was very good. All right. Next one, the hidden tech behind an NBA broadcast. I need to know more about this.
So the NBA players are not the only talented ones in the arena, as evidenced by this clip that I posted on Twitter a couple days ago that went kind of viral. And what's funny is another one of my replies to someone about how this is a $200,000 lens also kind of went viral. But then there's a bunch of comments from people about how, oh, you know, what's the big deal? Like, it's not that hard. It's just following the ball. Looks pretty easy.
Hells no. How the hell would you say that's easy? How would any layperson look at that and be like, oh yeah, that's easy? How would any professional look at that? How can anyone say that's easy? If you're not in the industry and you see that, I feel like your instinct would be like, yo, that's pretty damn hard. And then if you are in the industry, or not to say I am, but like if you've ever handled the camera and you're shooting a fast moving object, you know how, especially something not close with the freaking super telephoto style lens. I don't know. Some people I think are just contrarians by nature.
No, this is not easy. I shouldn't have to say this, but it is a lot of reps and practice and skill to be able to perfectly track the ball and keep it center frame and rack focus and zoom in and out at the same time. I would know because I got to try it. And I also got an up-close look at a ton of the other gear and tech that goes into NBA game broadcast feeds that you watch from your couch, and some of it really surprised me. Fun fact, most of the cameras in the arena are Sony boxes. They're called Sony P50s. They have a less than 1-inch type sensor, and they only shoot 1080p 60, but they have global shutter, and they're $50,000 a pop. But the Canon lenses on these cameras are what's really crazy. This feels like where they got the name Canon from because this lens is insane. This is an 8 to 1,000 millimeter lens with insane stabilization and all the powerful servo motors to be able to move the glass quickly and accurately. It's called the Canon 122 because it's literally 122x optical zoom, which is ridiculous. And then the controls here next to the fluid head are actually super intuitive. The dial on the right side is zoom, and then the handle on the left side is twist to focus. So here you can see I can actually fly in and out with this insane motorized optical zoom really quickly. And the fluid head is also really good. I looked it up, by the way, just out of curiosity, $25,000. But even with all this gear, I can't do the crazy level of tracking that these professionals can, but it sure is fun to try. Intuitive to learn, difficult to master. Also, fun fact, that little cheat sheet of player faces is given to every broadcast camera operator because they also have a headset on and at any time could get a command from the director telling them to get an ISO shot of a certain player, and they have about 2 seconds to ID them, find them, zoom in, focus, get the shot.
Jeez.
And they're doing this all over the country for all of the teams, so you could be forgiven for needing a bit of a cheat sheet once in a while. So these cameras are sprinkled around the arena, these Sony P50s with Canon lenses on them. And there's actually a dedicated bank of 6 of them on these swiveling chairs that are the main cameras that follow the action the whole game. Looks like a pretty cozy setup up here, honestly. In case you're wondering, it's 1 wide game camera, 1 tight, 2 dedicated player ISOs, 1 coach ISO, and 1 for mobile vertical broadcast. And this is where those incredibly skilled tracking shots I was talking about earlier are coming from. Zooming in and out, manual focus, and with the headphones on, taking directions from the broadcast team. So impressive. One of my favorite shots, though, is the tip-off shot, like the huge, wide, sweeping intro shot at the beginning of every game when it comes down from the top of the arena to the players. It's so iconic, it's even in 2K. And that is done with this, a cable cam. This is another Sony P50, this time with a Canon 14X lens, but then all rigged up onto a Ronin 2 that then wirelessly transmits all of the video and controls to just 2 people that sit up in the corner of the arena in charge of everything.
Wow.
And this is a serious tag team effort. So one person is moving the camera around in 3D space through the
2 people doing this?
Arena. And the other is controlling the camera itself.
Oh, it's like a drone.
Zoom, focus, and the direction that it points. So together, they can make some pretty sick sweeping shots, and I actually got to try a few myself, and it really is a team effort. I was listening carefully to what the location person was saying,
Jesus.
and then combining that with what I thought was a nice camera move, and I thought it looked pretty great. Kind of similar to flying a drone. Super fun, honestly. And then the fact that it's all connected essentially by 4 carabiners to these cables.
Oh my God. See, I need to know about this technology. If I can rig up the Jeep. So basically, to do the live stream the way I'm thinking of, it's definitely within the realm of like very, very technically feasible. And then there's a world where you can overly construct. I guess if you're at this level, it's super easy to do. So then at a consumer-ish level, do I have all the parts necessary to have a super stable camera rigged up, multiple cameras rigged up on the Jeep, and then pointing in the right direction, all that kind of stuff.
That go all the way up to the roof is hilarious to me, so shout out to those carabiners. Then the stanchion. Wow. The stanchion that holds the basketball hoop at each end of the court is also loaded with cameras and microphones from top to bottom. Basically because these here are the closest that you can get cameras and microphones to actually being on the court while they're playing. So this is a combination of some broadcast cameras from top to bottom. Basically because these here are the closest that you can get cameras and microphones to actually being on the court while they're playing. So this is a combination of some broadcast cameras and some press cameras, and the variety of angles and purposes for all this stuff is massive. There's a cutout at the bottom here for an ultra-wide camera and a floor microphone to pick up the sneaker squeaking and the players trash talking and complaining to the refs. Then halfway up the stanchion is massive. There's a cutout at the bottom here for an ultra-wide camera and a floor microphone to pick up the sneaker squeaking and the players.
All right, there you're shooting with the Nikon here for that floor camera. What is that? Can I recognize it from here? Based on that red in the front, I feel like that's a DSLR. I don't think that's like a mirrorless. Hold on. Yeah, I'm guessing this is maybe like a D850. Or I think it's like a DSLR. I can't read it there. But I don't think that's one of the mirrorless cameras.
Trash talking and complaining to the refs. Then halfway up the stanchion, I spy a red camera and a Sony A9 and a Canon R6, it looks like. And you know what? A lot of these shotgun microphones are Sennheiser MKH 416s, which I happen to already know is a great microphone. I have a soft spot for them. I'm literally recording with one. Are Sennheiser MKH 416s.
Sennheiser MKH 416. Sennheiser MKH 416. MKH 416. Cyrone says, can't see video, how dare you? Oh, you can't see it. Oh, wait. My freaking thing froze. That's why. I think it's frozen on a thing for you, yeah? Jesus, I hate... Why does OBS do this sometimes? Thank you for telling me that. How do I fix this? I can fix you. There we go. Thank you, Cyronius. It's a Mac thing? Oh, man. I'm using such a powerful machine and it gets stumbled over by a silly thing like that? Come on. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay. Basically, there was a Nikon that they showed here in this little ground shot.
Of some broadcast cameras and some press cameras, and the variety of angles and purposes for all this stuff is massive. There's a cutout at the bottom here for an ultra-wide camera and a floor microphone to pick up the sneaker squeaking and the players.
So that one right here, so they got a nice little Nikon put on the ground. And then they were talking about the microphone, so I wanted to double check on that. So they say it's a Sennheiser MKH 416. How much does that cost? Oh my God, it's like almost $1,000. Damn. .416 short shotgun interference tube mic for film, radio, and television. Well, if they're using it for something like Yeah, so if it's used for professional NBA games and stuff, it must be damn good. Can you use this for wildlife? Can you... How is the Sennheiser MKH416 for travel, documentary, and travel and wildlife? Actually, let's just focus on wildlife. Wildlife videography. Sennheiser MKH416 is an industry standard shotgun mic widely used in wildlife videography. It features excellent reach, off-axis rejection, and a moisture-resistant RF condenser design that excels in harsh outdoor environments. Man, that weather resistance sounds necessary. It's built like a tank and is generally resilient in the field. Okay. Okay, I don't have $1,000 to spend on this right now, but duly noted. Cool.
Trash talking, complaining to the refs. Then halfway up the
Sirenus
station,
says it's a
I
shotgun
spy
mic.
A red camera, and a Sony A9, and
No, I get it's a shotgun mic, but it piqued my interest that, you know, Marquise is saying NBA uses it everywhere, and he uses it. I'm like, oh shoot, should I know about this?
a Canon R6, it looks like. And you know what? A lot of these shotgun microphones are Sennheiser MKH 416s, which I happen to already know is a great microphone. I have a soft spot for them. I'm literally recording with one right now. So then if you look even higher, there's actually 2 more cameras behind the backboard, one video and one stills camera. The video camera, of course, is another Sony
crazy.
T50 and Canon lens again for the broadcast.
Oh wait, hold on. I feel like I can learn from this, from my live stream pilot. If I rig up my Jeep with a couple cameras, I can't really learn from it because obviously the cameras are stable here, whereas in my case it'll be bouncing around. But in some ways, right? Because I'm assuming every time someone slam dunks the freaking net, everything will shake. So what are they using for stabilization? Or maybe it's not even touching the thing. I don't know. But it just looks like a lot of jerry rigging. Like this just looks like they put it all together overnight.
But then on the other side, that's actually a Nikon D4.
D4. Yeah, they just used a bunch of masking tape. What's the masking tape for? Is this something to do with reflection? So they got tape, they got a bunch of those little clamps. They're using, okay, here we go. This is the first recognizable accessory that I need to worry about. So here's what I think both Cyronius, you and Swiss Army Cinema had recommended. I need multiple magic clamps. So I don't know what brand this is, but they're using a magic clamp over on the left side and then one above the camera caged together. And then, okay. What's happening, Kavai? Kavai says, hello, Yobel and Cyronius in chat too. I enjoyed the photo walk. Oh, nice. You had a photo walk with the Huskies, or what was it for? We're just watching some chill videos as I edit my photos here. All right, let's keep watching.
For photos. And so that sort of black tape around the lens is a common trick for minimizing reflections with the backboard glass. But I think
boom! I should have just kept listening to the video and we would have found the answer. But I was correct. It was for some reflection stuff. Interesting.
Favorite here is the above the rim camera, which is literally all the way up above the backboard, above even the shot clock. And that's pointed down.
Jesus.
It's great for following shots and getting incredible top-down views of dunks and everything else happening right below the basket. If you ever get to go to a game,
but is that
just
like
watch
remote
that
controlled?
for a few minutes and you'll see
oh,
it
it
moving.
is. Wow. Okay, so it's like all remote controlled. That's amazing. Cyronius did a photo walk. Gotcha. You did on Saturday and streamed it? Hells yeah. All right. I need to just, I need to find time. I need to change my sleep schedule so it's more US time. And then I think I just need to properly watch one of your videos, Cyronius. I haven't seen any in recent time, but when you're doing those, like I said, it's so impressive how you do these IRL streams, man. I need to do that too with the Huskies indeed. Yeah, listen, we can all learn from Cyronius, so shout out to him.
moving quite a bit from a remote-controlled operator as well. Overall, there's easily 40 to 50 cameras sprinkled all around the arena in all these different places for various things, including some other favorites, like the referee talking to the scorer's table camera. That's a classic. It's a remote-controlled pivoting Panasonic dome camera. And the legendary Steadicam that runs out onto the floor the second a timeout is called, or anytime there's an opportunity to get onto the floor and get close-ups of players walking away between plays. That dude is always working and constantly in the mix. I think it's easily the most dynamic camera because of how much it moves and how much it gets close to the players.
See, I would like that job. I mean, that sounds intensely challenging because you got to run around chasing after NBA people. Jesus.
Crazy enough, that's another Sony P50 box and a Canon 14X lens with this huge rig that distributes most of the load to the operator's waist instead of straight to their back like some other rigs. And if you didn't know, there's also a ton of other microphones hidden around the court as well. Obviously, there's a lot of camera angles to be able to cut between and pick up everything. There's also a lot of sounds to capture too. Stuff like the sound of the ball going through the net or bouncing off the rim. That's very important. Stuff like the sneakers squeaking on the floor at various points on the court. The players yelling, talking to each other. You gotta get a microphone down there. Of course, the crowd noise is another big one too. You can never get too much of that. There's a great video by YouTuber Dallas Taylor where he walks around with Ben, the audio engineer, and they show where like every single one of these mics is and what they're for. After this, you should totally go watch that video. I'll link it below the like button. I think it's really fun. So, it was probably pretty obvious before watching this, just intuitively, that there are a lot of cameras and microphones and gear all around the arena. But what you probably don't think about as much is how they bring all of that together. But 200 yards away from the arena is a pod of broadcast trucks, 6 trucks specifically in this case, because it's a playoff game. And trust me when I say, there is way more gear in these here trucks than any of the stadiums by a mile. This is where the magic happens. It's where they're taking all of the footage and all of the audio from all these cameras and microphones, the broadcast cameras, the above the rim cameras, the backboard cameras, the Steadicam, the slow-mo cameras, the flying cable.
This puts what I do into perspective of how you can't even call streaming amateur level to these guys. It's like, here I am trying to struggle with using a stream deck to switch between like 3 camera angles, and these dudes are doing what in real time? Jesus.
Camera, and everything gets cut together in real time, because you forget, this also has to happen live. So from the chaos of the arena with everything going on, there's a team in those trucks that's in charge of taking it all from all those feeds, obviously what's happening on the court, but also the interviews and the commentators and the crowd and the antics off the court, everything, and basically cutting it into a real-time, live, unscripted movie as it's happening. And I don't know if you realize how hard that is. Like, Hollywood might spend a couple months of production getting a few minutes of good footage per day, and then a couple more months of post-production just getting it all looking, sounding, feeling just right. But this is 48 minutes of live, unscripted multicam footage being delivered as a finished product as it's happening. So there's engineers white balancing every camera, making sure they all match with the same color. Dozens of microphones. Okay, that means a live audio mix has to happen to make sure everything sounds right. You can still hear the commentators, but also appreciate how loud it is in the arena. And there's also live framing and cropping and adjusting and keyframing of zooming in for spotting certain things that are smaller inside of a big frame. And there's a director basically watching all of these feeds, talking to those camera people, and deciding which feeds to use and when, basically calling out cuts in real time. It was really cool to watch. And there's also some sick gadgets on these trucks too I got to check out. One thing I see that they have a lot of throughout these setups is this controller here made by EVS. There's a wheel on one side and a smooth lever on the other side, and it is very versatile. So let's say the director wants to cut to a slow-mo replay of something that just happened. Okay, perfect. One of those trucks is a replay truck, and they're getting camera feeds of everything all the time, and they can queue up whatever they want. That wheel on the right lets them scrub through the footage in either direction, and the lever on the left lets them control the playback speed up to full speed or down to way slower. The source is often up to 180 FPS. So it actually becomes very intuitive to scrub to the beginning of the clip, then when they're getting called.
Bro, how powerful does your PC have to be capturing? actually, I don't even know what the resolution is that they're using, but to capture all this and then like, basically in real time, you're processing something that could be 180 frames per second and then be able to slow it down. Oh, dude, this is such a crazy world.
Too, from the director, they can modulate the playback speed super smoothly with this lever and even slow it down to 0 all the way at the bottom if you need to. That's how you see those crisp replays coming in, getting played exactly at the right moment, just seconds after they actually happen. Again, intuitive to learn, difficult to master. It was really, really cool seeing all of this happen behind the scenes, and it gave me more of an appreciation for like how different
Cyrone
this is
says
than what I do.
insanity.
It really is a symphony of live storytelling on the biggest stage for an audience of millions. And if it's done right, if it's done really, really well, you don't even really think about it once.
I think that's the coolest
So
part
shout
of
out
it
to
all.
NBC and the Spurs for pulling back the curtain on this and letting us see all the gear. And thank you for watching. Catch you in the
Well, thank you, Marquise, for sharing. All right. Bravo, bravo. That's I don't know what the right word is for how I feel about that, because my mind is blown and I'm also super hyped about like that kind of world. How do you enter into that world? All right, this is called Why Storyboarding Will Make You a Better Filmmaker. Jasper Pagan. Let's check it out.
Take a look at this clip from my new short film.
Just hold on.
How would you go about filming this scene? What lens would you use? How would you block the actors?
Okay, how would I film this?
Take a look at this clip from my new short film.
Just hold on.
How would you go about filming this scene?
Well, number one, this is just way too badass. Can I ever get to this level of quality? That was fantastic. There's like a cool little transition there as he goes to this guy's face.
What lens would you use? How would you block the actors? Where would you place the lights? Well, if you think like me, you'd probably figure all that out when you're storyboarding. Every time I make a film, I actually make 2 films. One of the films is the final version that you see, and the other is in here, my sketchbook. Every shot is carefully drawn.
I'm so jealous of people who can draw. I was having a chat with one of my buddies who's fantastic. He's like super artistic. He's really good at illustrating and all that. I'm so jealous of that skill set because it's literally something I feel is a missing element for me to go to the next level. Because if I could just I think I'd have a decent ability to visualize something, but then like to put it together and showcase it, like, you know, and help other people as well as yourself to kind of construct your thoughts visually, man. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to learn a lot from this video because I'm missing step 1, which is the ability to do this.
Drawn well in advance of the
BRB
actual
says
filming.
Cyronius.
This is basically my superpower, and people don't talk about it enough. So today I'm going to talk about how you can use storyboarding, not just for planning your shots, but for developing your own unique style, training your imagination, and leveling up your filmmaking. And at the end of the video, I'm going to talk about the rise of AI in storyboarding. So stay to the end to hear all about my hot take.
See, this is where for me, selfishly, I think using AI is helpful. Because again, given my limitation of not being able to sketch, illustrate, whatever, if there are AI tools where I can at least describe a scene or, you know, create like a mood board and then it can do the illustration for me, it's like, man, it's hard for me to pass up a skill set like that. That I could, or like a tool like that I could use. So I wonder if that's his hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take.
We set out to make Lure, a 22-minute folklore-inspired film about 2 brothers fishing in 1950s Norfolk. We wanted it to be the most ambitious student film in the university's history. It was a monumental feat for everyone involved, and it very nearly could have been an absolute disaster at so many places. I'm sharing everything we learned when making Lure, all the mistakes we made, everything we got right and wrong. In the last episode, we covered how to come up with an effective, creative idea for your film. Now, we're moving on to the next stage, planning and pre-production. This is episode 2, how storyboarding saved our film, and will probably save yours too. Before we begin, I've got a bit of an announcement. This is really exciting. I've started a production company called Mad Heron Films alongside my best friends and collaborators Joe Shale and Lewis Kerr. So if you're a company and you want to collaborate with some up-and-coming young passionate filmmakers just as cool as me, check out our website, see what's going on. But anyway, now let's talk about storyboarding. The basic concept of storyboarding developed alongside early cinema, such as the revolutionary work of Georges Méliès. They didn't use storyboards in the traditional sense, more elaborate concept art. It was only at Disney Animation Studios in the 1930s that an animator by the name of Webb Smith was really struggling to create shots based solely off a script. He had the idea to draw rough frames of the final product on sheets of paper and, crucially, pin them up next to each other sequentially. And thus, the modern storyboard was born. Disney quickly saw the potential in this, establishing separate storyboard departments, and since then, storyboarding has become an essential part of not only animated films, but Hollywood movies. Filmmakers can now effectively plan and prepare their shots in a simple, understandable medium. Storyboarding is still an essential part of the filmmaking process, although today they've mainly transitioned away from paper to digital, and these can even be rough 2D animated versions of the scene, or for larger productions, whole 3D animated previs. As a keen lover of visual effects, I've used 3D previs for some of my projects. I did it here on a music video I directed a couple years ago, although I must say, the results I got were so cursed, I doubt I'll ever do it like that again. Not with those eyes, or that smile. But before we get too excited by newfangled technology, let's go back to the basics of why you even want a storyboard in the first place. Making a film is a true act of collaboration, and it's so important that everyone on the team understands what the end vision is. Especially on Lure, in which the film had such distinctive visuals that were going to be so outside of what we were actually filming. So storyboarding is really important so everyone kind of understands what the goal is. And when everyone understands the end goal, it massively improves the final quality of the film. When Lure was storyboarded, it was an act of true collaboration between myself, the director, and the cinematographer Joe Shale. We sat in a Brighton cafe for weeks on end and just drew and drew. Or rather, we talked and talked, and then I drew and drew. But it was collaboration. Because Joe and I had made the storyboards together, we were literally on the same page. I'm sorry. Joe understood the story just as much as I did. I understood the cinematography just as well as he did. So when it came to being on set, Joe very helpfully would often give me little nudges and remind me that, oh, the main actor needed to do this exact motion, which I had just completely forgotten about because I was busy being very stressed. So on a very basic level, storyboarding just allows everyone in your team to kind of get what the end result is. Although I would argue that storyboarding actually is much more powerful in developing your own style. Let me explain. You have a unique creative voice. Trust me, you do. I know you probably think, I don't have a style, I'm just like everyone else, but trust me, you're wrong. You're just not aware of it. For me, as a visual thinker, most of my sense of style comes from storyboarding. I'll sit at my desk with a blank page in my sketchbook, I'll get the script up, I'll read it, and I'll just draw the first shot that comes into mind. I'm not thinking big picture or how it'll all fit together later. I'm being as instinctual as possible. I'm not overthinking it, I'm just choosing what I see in my head based off solely vibes. And of course, I make mistakes, I rub things out, and that's completely fine. Drawing is a peaceful, meditative process. It allows you to shut off the world around you and focus entirely on the sheet of paper and your imagination. Drawing trains your imagination to become stronger and more vivid. Now, not to brag, but I'm quite good at drawing, and so if I have a little extra time and I feel extra passionate about a project, I like to do really detailed storyboards.
And this is again where I'm super jealous. Man. Yeah, I wonder actually, I'm curious, what is the route for someone like me? If I'm someone that wants to do creative stories, whether it's based on my travels or just like complete standalone stuff. But if I'm not able to draw to help visualize it, not just for myself to improve the story, but then also to sell the story, what is available for me besides working with someone who can do that? And that's where I go back to AI. And I'm hoping that's what he's going to cover in a bit. But I'm not even sure, even then, I don't know what the right tool is that could that's designed for that. I'm sure there's something out there. Anyways.
On Lure, I spent extra time drawing in pen and colouring it all in with alcohol markers. And on the last music video I directed, Muse, I spent a lot of time doing quite intricate, I would say, concept art for the different visuals that we'd see in the music video. Now, the more detailed and intricate the drawing is, obviously that...
Okay. Quick thing here. I'm not sure which direction I want to take this photo. I feel like this is a nice photo for black and white. You've got this like, you got a subject off in the distance surrounded by like a bunch of layers, and it's a mix of man-made with nature, right? Which to me, I think tells a nice story, because you're seeing, okay, I'm about to do a little bit of bullshitting here, but I think I can stand by it. In this photo, what stands out to me is you're seeing an eagle hunter, which, by the way, as far as like it goes with Mongolian culture, it is a dying tradition. That was one thing that I heard from some of the people when I was traveling there, that as times have changed, obviously being an eagle hunter was super relevant back in the day when the nomadic lifestyle was like a necessity and for survival. But these days, hunting with eagles is not really necessary for survival. It's more of a tradition that's been passed on. And then also the younger generation, they are starting to move into the cities. So while I was here visiting like one of the more rural places in the world, the people that live in these areas, the next generation, as things become more modernized, they would prefer moving into the cities for schooling, for work, and all that. So there is this kind of sense that the concept of eagle hunting is slowly fading away, and it's staying because of the strong traditional value, but then also from a tourist value, right? Like there's a lot of intrigue with this lifestyle, and so that can be bolstered by people visiting to learn more about it. But as a way of living, it's like it's unnecessary these days, right? Bekol Muratov says, you are Mongol, bro. You know what? I accept that. I don't know how you mean it, but I've actually gotten a few people who've asked if I've been confused as Mongolian in the past. The one I get confused for the most tends to be Japanese. Some get Korean, others, I mean, Chinese is like the go-to answer, right? But I've gotten a few people who actually asked if I was Mongolian in my past, let's say. But yeah, anyways. So to me, when I see a photo like this, I think it's great because you're seeing an old tradition as it's passing into the new generation. And at the same time, that's kind of what the bridge represents, as you're bridging between two generations, and you're seeing, like, as you go from the past to the future, basically, is my point. And the bridge itself, as you look at it, it clearly looks a bit under-designed, or it looks a little bit decrepit. You know, it looks slightly, you know, worse for wear. So I don't know. To me, that's also nice because it's kind of showing the fragility of it. There's a lot of resilience built into the bridge, but it also looks like it's seconds away from crumbling, and you're seeing them crossing into the future. It's kind of like the picture I would paint. And you've got this massive landscape in the background, which obviously represents the terrain that these people are based in the Altai Mountains. So it goes right into the heart of their cultural elements, why eagle hunting is so important, because of the tough terrain that they exist in. And they are nomadic. So to have a lone subject, just to have the single eagle hunter with his eagle and his horse, that also feels a bit resonant or like poetic, because that also leans into the nomadic element of this lifestyle. So anyways, all of that put together, I can see a nice way to portray this as like a hero shot worth putting on a canvas, putting on the wall. So I do want to I want to spend a bit more time on this just to make sure I'm doing it in the right direction. But one thing I'm trying to figure out is this photo better if I darken the subject so it's more of like a black silhouette, so you can't really make out any of the details besides the silhouette of the hunter with his eagle and horse? Or is it better to give it enough give it enough light so you can make out a bit more detail of the rider and all that. I'm not really sure yet. I'm just staring at this as we speak. Baykul says, I am Uzbek. Hello from Uzbekistan, or Uzbek Ulis. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for watching this from Uzbekistan. I think maybe you're the first person who's done that. I could be wrong. Thank you very much, Baykul. Beck. Oh, Beck. I've met Beck before. I've met someone named Beck. And I think he was like a Kazakh. I think he's originally from Kazakhstan. I could be wrong. But either way, anyways, point is, thank you very much, Beckle. Yeah, so let me figure out what's the right direction with this. Let's keep watching this.
That's better for the rest of the team to understand exactly what you're going for. But there's a deeper reason why you should do this, even if you think you can't draw. The longer I spend
that's me.
drawing a shot,
I can't draw.
I can't help but start to consider certain questions. Questions like, what focal length should the shot be? Where is the light coming from exactly? And how does all this effectively tell the story? Now, these are all important questions you should be asking yourself when you're making a film. But the wonderful thing about storyboarding is that all this just comes up naturally. I don't have to force myself to think about it. They just naturally occur when I'm storyboarding. I'm just in the right headspace. And all of these instinctual micro decisions that you're making are informing your creative voice. You probably don't realize it. When I'm making a film,
Bagel says, yeah, Beck. Gotcha. Well, nice meeting you, Beck.
I just do whatever I think sounds cool. And so every micro decision that you end up making when you're storyboarding instinctively adds to your style. You shouldn't be thinking about what is my style. You should just be thinking about, does this seem right? Does this seem right to me in my opinion? And that's all it is. Just make loads of small decisions like that. And you can't help but putting your own opinion and your own voice into your film. And so at the end of the day, a storyboard doesn't have to look perfect. You don't have to know how to draw. The whole point of it is that the longer you spend in the headspace of imagining the shot.
Okay, let me look at these two images. So I can either do super wide. I forget what aspect ratio I'm using for this, but in this case now the subject is a little bit closer on screen, but we're also in a more wide vision mode. So I don't think we necessarily lose the immersiveness of like a tiny subject in this massive landscape. However, what's missing now with this shot is we don't get to see the top of the mountain. So we're only just getting this wall behind the hunter it's recognizable as a mountain, like hills, because you see the snow cracks in the mountain, I guess, for lack of a better word. But I'm maintaining the layers. So in the foreground, I really want to keep this layer here, this dark mound, to show some of the depth. So we get this darkness in the bottom foreground, then it blends into more of like light colored grass. Then we have in the middle of the shot, obviously our subject with the bridge, and then off into the distance is our snowy backdrop. So either this is like the final-ish aspect ratio, or this is the final one where it's 16:9, but now we actually can see the mountain top. And once I change up the highlights, maybe we can see it even further in the distance. Here, let me test that out now. So if let's just focus on the sky. Let's remove the highlights, maybe increase the dehaze, so that we can see there's another mountain in the distance. And let me soften it up a little bit. Okay. So in this version, now we can see the mountain, the top of the wall being the mountain, and then behind the top of the massive wall is another massive wall, or like the mountains. So like I kind of like this look as well, just because it gives a bit more of that sheer, what would you say, scale. It shares a little bit of like it's more awe-inspiring to see how big the backdrop is, or the mountains. And it's adding an extra layer of depth because we see the mountains behind the mountains. However, I also really like this, right? I like this kind of cropped wide angle shot. So I think I'll keep both. Why not? We're going to keep both. But I do like both of them. So All right, let me keep editing this one.
The better the end result will be. You'll have made more decisions, you'll be clear in your voice, and exactly what you want when you're in collaboration with the rest of your team. When we made Lure, we were attempting to make the most ambitious student film in the university's history, and to be honest, we had no idea what we were getting into. Lure was so nearly a complete failure, I don't even want to think about it. And storyboarding was one of the things that truly saved our film from failing completely. 1st of March, 2024. Joe and I have been working on the storyboard for weeks now. We were filming Lure in 2 weeks, and yet we were still deciding what shots we even wanted to film.
Also, this was shot with, just for context, I shot this at f4, 560 millimeter, at 1/1600th of a second, and ISO 180. So I shot this with my big boy 400 millimeter lens with the teleconverter turned on. So yeah, just for reference.
Running out of time, and this wasn't a good place to be. But how did we end up here? The script of Lure had taken longer than expected to finalise, as well as the fact that we were filming earlier than originally intended in order to give us more time for post-production, i.e. my visual effects, before our university's deadline. While my storyboards had begun as beautifully coloured in frames, they had now devolved into barely discernible scribbles. And while Joe and I were creatively feeling great about the shots we were coming up with, we were like, this is awesome. We were planning far too many shots for the sequence, far too many shots that we could realistically film in the time that we had. It was only when we sent the shot list to our assistant director Oliver Lee that he got back to us saying that if we wanted to do all our shots, we'd risk wrapping at 3 AM every night. We needed to cut shots. But by now, we were only a few days away from filming, and we'd run out of time. The first section we were filming was the scene on the boat, and Joe and I did a very obvious culling of the most unnecessary shots needed in the scene. And amazingly, filming on the first 2 days went fantastically smoothly. It was very difficult, but we got a surprising amount of shots on the first 2 days. It was only on the third day that we went to the beach that things started to wobble. Now, I'm going to cover exactly what went wrong on the beach in a future episode, because there's simply far too much crazy stuff that happened to talk about now. But safe to say, things fell apart, and we really weren't going to have any time at all to get the shots we needed. Joe and I needed to cut nearly half of the proposed shots. How were we going to do this? However, because we were so intimately familiar with the storyboard, we realised that we could essentially cut every single shot that didn't have the main actor's face in, and just do that on another shoot with a body double. And so at the last minute, we pivoted to filming Lure in strange, disjointed chunks, knowing that we'd fill in the blanks later. Now, this process of using a second unit shoot, of course, is not revolutionary in the history of filmmaking, but it was a decision that we had to make on set on the day, and I am very proud of how quickly we managed to pivot. It was very confusing at the time, but because I had my sketchbook with me on set, I could just flick through the page, show the known exactly what...
Okay, this guy's very talented. I am curious if he talks about
AI is currently trying to incorporate / replace so much of the creative process, be that script writing, entire shot creation, VFX, and inevitably storyboarding. I mean, take a look at this. I found this free AI
Storyboard
website that's meant
AI.
to entirely automate your storyboarding process. All you need to do is just upload your script to the website, and it will churn out a shot list and AI-generated storyboard from your film. The results aren't handmade doodles. No, they're perfect photorealistic AI-generated images of your shots. And it's shit. This gets me so annoyed because it's a complete misunderstanding of the storyboarding process. Storyboarding is not about getting a perfectly well-drawn result. It's about the process. It's about all the decisions that you had to make when drawing that. No matter how crude the end result is, you had to make certain decisions when drawing that inevitably you're not going to make when you get an AI to do that. All it's going to do is generate a perfectly nice, quote-unquote, presentable image that's just going to be slop. Storyboarding is about developing your own taste, your own decisions, your own style into your film. It's about making those decisions. And if those decisions are completely stripped away from you, what is the point?
Wait, then what is the point? Okay, now this guy's annoying me because he left a little teaser about how even if you don't know how to draw, this is why you should do the storyboarding. And I thought he was going to go into detail about what tools are available for people like me who don't know how to draw. And he has not done that. He's telling me you're shit out of luck if you don't know how to draw. Don't use the AI. But
if you want to make personal art, you've got to make it personal. You've got to make all of those decisions yourself or with your team. And I think this is a really good example of what I think is wrong with our creative culture. When you try and take shortcuts and you try and get the end product out as quickly and as lazily as possible, the end result is just worthless. Why would you expect someone to watch your film and truly care about it if you didn't put any effort into making it? I am not going to bother to watch a film that someone couldn't even be bothered to make. And of course, like, using AI to supplement your filmmaking process isn't as bad as having an AI completely generate the entire film from start to finish. But if you use AI to generate half of your movie, for me it's half as worthless. As filmmakers and artists, I believe that we should hold the process of creation with more respect.
okay, he said hot take. This is not a hot take. I think that's a super cold ass take. Clearly, I mean, you can kind of just tell sentiment-wise, public sentiment is fully against AI. I think every person in the creative space harbors some level of negative opinions, if you were to average it out, about AI in the creative space. So I feel like a hot take should not be one where you're like, hey, AI is removing a lot of the value of the creative process. I feel like most people would agree with that. I thought the hot take was going to be something where it's like, hey, actually, here's how AI can support your creative endeavors in a way that a lot of artists might push back against. And I thought he was going to go with that direction because he is himself someone who's really good at drawing, illustrating, storyboarding. So the hot take would be, as someone who is good at drawing, illustrating, storyboarding, I think this AI can be utilized that renders my job less valuable in the industry level, but it can help individual creators. But I think he's just saying the same thing, which I'm not disagreeing, by the way. But I thought he was going to give me something really, really key insight-wise that I can retain from this. A really good video, though, but just I needed answers, my friend. I like the video, though, and I'll subscribe. That guy's talented. Cool. Next video. The worst dog park in New York City. Let's put this up.
See you later. This is Midtown Manhattan. I seldom come to Midtown, but I've got a very special friend in town today, and he's staying right over there.
Katzenellen Bog says, what is your process for cropping photos? Ooh, thank you for the question. Because I guess you can see me doing that as we speak. So let me just zoom this out a bit so we can talk about it. Let's talk about it. There isn't a real process. That's the quick and dirty answer. So for example, in this original photo, or in this original shot, I really just wanted a 16:9. So part of me is like, what is this for? So if I had a default for a landscape shot, it's, if I'm trying to make this for a YouTube video, then ideally everything should be 16:9, knowing that that means nothing gets cropped and I can maximize a typical 16:9 monitor screen or someone watching on a desktop. So that's like one thought for landscape. However, when it comes to landscape, I'm also more open to doing super wide angle. So here, like I was with this particular image, I did end up going with a 2.4, what was it? 2.4:1 aspect ratio. I don't remember where I got those numbers from. It could have just been random. But anyways, it was just from me playing around with different aspect ratios. So this was just me playing around with the cropping. And then when I made this decision for the cropping, I was briefly giving an explanation for it, but it was because I wanted to maintain depth. So if you crop, you are kind of removing depth in some ways, or there's a chance you remove some depth, right? Because, for example, I'm cutting off the top of the mountain, which means you don't get to see the mountains behind the mountain. But at least here, I'm trying to view it as like a foreground, middle ground, background. I feel like that should be the bare minimum that I should hope for. So when I cropped, I wanted at least a little bit of this dark foreground to be in the shot. And then it's very obvious with this photo that the middle ground is the subject and the bridge, and then the background is the mountain wall. And then this is where I was explaining earlier, I actually prefer having this thumbnail within my visibility. So on the top left, it's one thing to see this on a big screen, but sometimes I kind of lose sight of what actually matters. But if I can quickly look at this tiny little thumbnail on the top left, it just instantly tells me, is this a good cropping or not, right? And here I just kind of, it's harder for me to tell because it's just in my face, full screen almost. So that is why I still use this navigator panel on the top left to help me out. And when I look at it, it looks nice. I got this nice soft dark blur here. Also, what helps me with the cropping is the decision behind it is the layers as well in terms of lighting. So obviously with a black and white shot, lighting and shadow is basically the main thing you're trying to keep your viewers focused on. So here there's a nice layering effect where you've got the bottom layer in the foreground is nice and dark. Then right behind it is the lighter, brighter layer. So it's kind of sandwiched in there. And then the middle ground is mostly dark. But then behind it, you can see it's like a light layer again. And then the background is mostly a light layering, but it's a mix. So yeah, so that was my thought there. Cropping also with the subject. Normally, I've been avoiding trying to crop with the subject centered. I do find it is more compelling when you can put the subject off center. So whether it's on the left or the right. This shot, I think, is slightly different. I think here having it center makes the most sense because there's a lot of symmetry built into this. The bridge, for the most part, looks like it's all at the same distance from the camera. And then you've got these two columns that are, quite symmetrical to the ends of the bridge. So I just lean into whatever the shot gives me. So in this case, given that everything looks like it could be nice and symmetrical, and the subject happens to be close to the center of these two columns, well then, okay, let's maintain a bit of centering. So that was the thought there. Then the next photo I was playing with now is this one. So this one, the original cropping, you can see here what I'm working with. Can I reset it just to show? All right. So this is the original shot that I took. What did I shoot this with? I'm not the type that does a lot of pre-production work, or like I don't set up the shot properly and take the photo where it's like what I see is what I get. I tend to just prefer doing a lot of editing post, right? Or I like to crop things. I like to edit things afterwards, as opposed to my mind's eye getting it in the moment. So in this case, what did I shoot with? I shot with the 400mm lens, f2.8, 1/1600th of a second, and ISO 64. And my assumption is I got the focus pretty decent on the subject, but the subject's so far away, it almost doesn't matter if the subject is focused. So I didn't really care about that. The point is my shot properly balanced? So there's no overexposure, there's no underexposure, I have enough to play with. And then here, I did have a general sense that I probably do want the subject a little bit off center and to the left. Some other thoughts that I would have with this image is the mountain on the right. It's, you can see the mountain sloping, or it's increasing in height the more we go to the right, right? So my thought process here, I think, in the moment, was that I should frame the writer, the subject, over on the left side to add a little bit more balance to the shot. Because right now there's a lot of weighting distributed to the right side of the photo because of how big the mountains are as it increases in size to the right. So I thought that if I put the subject on the left, it would help to kind of counterbalance ever so, it's a small subject, but obviously the subject plays a huge role. It plays a disproportionate role in a photo. Even if the background mountains are massive, the subject kind of gets its own handicap, right? Just from the way viewers will look at the photo, they'll probably put a lot more, I guess what I'm trying to convey, not so well, is that even though the subject is tiny, if you place it on the left, it can compete with the massive mountain being weighted on the right side, just because it has that over amplification as being the subject, the hero subject. So that was like my thought process, even in the shot itself, to kind of aim the camera lens where the subject was a little bit more on the left side as opposed to smack dab in the center. I always knew that I was going to crop into this photo later because, yeah. So anyways, that's like my pre-shooting thought process. Then in the cropping, what you can see I ultimately ended up doing, can I go back to it? There it is. So then let's do the before and after. So this is the before in the raw shot and then the after. So then here you can clearly see I leaned into exactly what I was talking about. And because I shot with the Z9 for this one, I think, yeah. So there's enough resolution that I can punch in this to 100%. I can still punch in more without losing resolution. So I can crop in quite a bit. And then the thought process here right now is I want the subject over in the left quadrant. I'm okay not having it like slightly off center or whatever. I think I kind of just prefer it almost mostly to the left. And again, part of the reasoning is just to counterbalance a lot of the weight on the top right side of the image. So putting it farther away from the fulcrum, if we're using, I guess, physics language. That's my current thoughts. I might shrink in a little bit more. I don't know yet. But for now, I think this is decent. And then I did a little bit of rotation on the angle here just to make it a little bit more level. Because the mountain, or even the ground was sloping a little bit. So I think I have to balance that out a bit. And yeah, and there you go. So that was my thought process fully. I hope that was helpful in some way of why I was cropping the past few photos the way I did. And then in terms of the edit, I'm not sure yet the direction I want to go. I might continue with the black and white direction just to kind of almost turn it into a series, right? So then there could be 2 to 3 photos from the same series following this eagle hunter in black and white. So that's one thought I have, is maybe I just maintain that, or I'll stick with color if it makes sense. The only area where I can see, actually, yeah, I'm probably going to remove the color. I think what's more important than the color for this shot is the lighting direction. So it's a little bit subtle here, but I can see it more clearly in the thumbnail. But there's a bit of directional light coming in from the top right, and it feels almost like sun rays, where you see a little bit more light in the center coming towards the subject over on the bottom left. So, which is nice to me. Personally, it kind of gives off this feeling or this vibe of, sun peeking through the clouds and pointing straight at the subject from an opening in the clouds, just to reveal the subject. So I kind of think I want to lean towards that type of lighting. And then maybe we just completely strip out the colors. I'm not sure yet. This is where I'm just playing with the presets, seeing what it gives me, and then we'll make a decision. And same thing as I gave before. I think color-wise, there's not much going on here. Like, there's no cool colors. You know what I mean? Like, you got this slightly bluish, brownish coloring of the mountain, and then you got this very flat, soft brown on the ground. And neither of those are really primary colors to stick with. It doesn't feel like it's drawing your attention in a way that helps amplify the story. So yeah, I think black and white might make the most sense, because then it removes a lot of the distraction of the colors And given that like the subject is so tiny on the screen anyways, I want all the attention on the subject and everything else to feel just, I'm not sure. I think that's what we're going to go with. We'll see. Thank you for the question.
Did they play the movie?
Yeah.
This is Logan.
What's up?
And we're going to go for a little run. How you doing? So we're going to do Central Park.
Yep. The last time I was you was the marathon.
Was for the marathon?
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't know who Logan is, we made a movie together about Logan running the New York City Marathon. And the reason why Logan talks a little funny and runs a little funny, Logan has cerebral palsy, which means his body's a little different, but his brain is exactly right.
Yep. I got lucky with that part.
All right.
Brain is exactly right.
Logan, are you still burning holes in your shoes every 5 miles? Those look, there's almost a hole. They haven't invented a shoe for you yet? The Logan? Logan has just explained to me that when are you gonna do it?
Probably August.
In August, he's gonna go climb a 14,000 foot mountain for no other reason that he likes to do hard things and he's running out of hard things to do.
If you have ideas.
I always have ideas. I always have plenty of hard ideas. Logan is one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. Like, while we were walking through the park, he's talking to me about this nonprofit he just started, and he's talking about this job that he's leaning into and raising capital for this, and how he's only able to run 3 times a week, and he's only able to go to the gym 4 or 5 times a week. And now he had this great ski season, but he only got 70 days in, and there wasn't good snow out west. He's just like doing. And a good rule in life is to surround yourself with the kinds of people that like you aspire to be like. And for me, in my life, like, Logan is right on top of that pyramid. That kid is like, he's just doing it. Okay, unrelated to Logan. Nike, this is not sponsored. Nike sent me something called the Holy shirt. I thought it'd be worth opening on camera. A portable cooling microclimate for very hot trails.
Ooh, wait, what is this? I might need that.
Well, it's definitely holy.
Oh, it's called a holy shirt? Okay, no, I don't need that. Because I need it to protect my tattoos. So I think having it holy is actually defeats the purpose. Can you imagine getting a sunburn wearing this and only this? Jesus.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, thank you, Nike, for sending this to me. I will say it feels good. Lots of airflow.
Feels airy,
I
yeah.
don't know that I can wear this.
That was a good transition.
This is more my Wanna go play ball? Come on, wanna go to the park? New York City is home to countless fantastic dog parks. This dog park is not one of those. This park is my favorite because this park has the game. The game is simple. Place the disgusting bucket on top of the sharing library, walk to the other side of the park, and hit the bucket. My job is to throw the ball, the dog's job is to retrieve the ball.
Yo, that's so much fun.
Thank you. I have something to tell you, and this is a really super big deal for me. I'm a little insecure though. Okay, I've never done this in like my entire 25-year history of like YouTube making movies. I've never done this before, but all the music in today's video I made.
Oh, snap.
I don't know how to play any instruments, but I created those sounds. I found this really amazing looking
Yo, I should have made the comment because I was in the background. I was thinking to myself like, oh, I like this background music. It's very like whimsical vibes and it really fits the mood properly. I was like, oh, I wonder what sound platform he uses. I should have said it so it doesn't sound like I'm retroactively.
Expensive synth. I think this is a synthesizer. I don't know what this is. On the internet, and I bought it. Then I wrote down what the keys were, and then I Googled chord progressions, and then I wrote those on the thing, and then I just turned the knobs and pushed the buttons until it made a sound I liked, and then I plugged in a headphone jack, plugged that into my computer, recorded it with GarageBand, and then tried to edit it into something. I don't know how to go from just chord progressions into songs, but I'm gonna watch YouTube videos and figure it out. Look, if you didn't like the music, just don't be nice in the comments because I'm really excited about this. But cool, right?
Cool guy, Mr. Casey. All right. What's next? We got plenty to watch. This movie has no business being so much fun. Hells yeah, it's our boy Colo. Oh, I keep saying Kilo Kino. Colo Kino. Hells yeah. Which movie is this? Picture in picture. This might be The Gentleman. I remember we loaded one up for that.
Enter our protagonist. He's good looking, he's gorgeous, he's golden age.
His name is Guy Ritchie.
Hi, everyone.
Now, our guy has a unique pedigree. A Hatfield boy, a former videographer, a man who clawed his way up the greasy pole from indie crime capers to the shiny, soulless peaks of studio blockbusters.
He was a hungry animal, you see. He was powerful and ruthless, cunning and quick, charismatic and smart.
But the artistic journey, it wasn't all champagne and caviar, was it? There were strange remakes, scathing reviews written by bitter little men in cardigans, box office slumps. Yet he's no wimp, right? Even after the humiliating
I said this last time, I think Guy Ritchie might be... he could be one of my... he's definitely one of my favorite directors. The question is he the favorite? And there's an argument to be made that I think of all the directors, all the movies I've watched, his movies might be the ones that I've rewatched the most. So like just in sheer numbers, I think I've seen his movies the most. So that's got to count for something. You know what I mean? I feel like that's got to count for something. Okay, shoot. I was going to use the Luminar thing, and then I forgot what my login information is. So I don't want to do that on screen or during stream. So I'll take care of it later. But yeah, I think Guy Ritchie could be all time. You know what I mean? Because like, yeah, we mentioned this before. You got, Christopher Nolan and the Quentin Tarantinos and these like guys who are super creative geniuses. But when it comes to just fantastic, fun, thrilling, adventurous stories, did I say humorous? No, humorous stories. I feel like there's no one better for that than Guy Ritchie. Like I forgot he did Sherlock Holmes, obviously like Snatch and Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, The Gentleman. Man, what else has he done? There's like so many things he's done, and every single one is like so much fun. It's just fun to watch and rewatch. Cyronia sent me. Let's check out this clip. What did you send me?
Can I say hi?
What if someone says no?
Hi. Oh my goodness. Meatloaf.
What a name.
You mind if I take a photo?
Oh no, that's fine.
Oh, look at that face.
Very funny.
What are you shooting with there, buddy?
Oh.
Okay. I think you told... I'm trying to get... I know it's Nikon. Maybe a Z8? Could be a Z8 maybe? Oh no, it's got the flippy switch on the top. Does that make it a... No, I think that's the same with the Z8, Z9s, right? Yeah. Okay, my guess is Z8 or a Z6 III, but I think it's a Z8. Nikon Z8 says Tyronis. Hells yeah. I don't actually own a Z8, so I have to go off of a little bit of memory of when I use them. Man, it's good to have a powerful camera like that. Although I think you are missing your eyepiece, or like the soft thing. I thought I saw.
Oh, look at that face.
Oh no, you got it. My bad.
I see that. I see that. So.
Now, Cyronius. Do you have a niche? Is there like a category of photography that you focus on the most?
Cute. Oh, can I scratch your chin? Oh yeah. So nice.
Are you guys in a class or something?
We're doing a photo walk.
Oh, okay.
So it's gonna be a bunch of people coming through. You're probably taking photos.
Yeah.
Oh, I was hoping to see the photo. What the heck, man? I guess it's a clip, right? Is there like a limitation on how long? I think the majority of my work online has been cosplay. Gotcha. Well, this photo was in the album? Oh, shoot. No, I can, did I copy it? I can paste it. Oh no, I can just do Control-Shift-T. Where was it? What do you mean it was in the same album? I don't understand. I don't know Twitch, man. I guess I could watch the full video. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm losing my mind. I'm stuck with an ad. It's because I'm not logged in here. So, oh, there we go. Okay, we're back.
Yeah. Photos.
Okay, here we go. It's uploading. And how long does it take to upload? You're uploading a 6 megabyte, almost 7 megabytes JPEG. And it's going like, okay. Let's see.
If you want to see that photo, so cute.
Oh yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
What lens were you shooting with? I'm assuming it's going to pop up in a second here. Ooh, I like the sound effect you added too. Oh wait, this is not the dog. Why does the dog look so different here?
Image up.
All right, next one loading in. It'll come through soon. Oh wait, so do you have it set so it just shares every photo you take? So if you take multiple, it just takes time, but it'll show each one? I forget what you said you do. Also...
I might switch to the macro lens at some point. But the 28 here can get pretty close.
Okay, you shot with a 28. It goes one by one. Gotcha. Yeah, so unfortunately that feature I would have to tweak it on my end for, let's say if I use that feature for the wildlife safaris, it would be different. difficult. So I think that's where I mentioned to you, Siren, is I think the answer for me is actually just show the photo, just make the camera source my handheld camera. So let's say if I have my wildlife camera with the 400, so it would just be switch to that camera mode and then go into my gallery. So then that should take up the full screen so people can see exactly what I photographed or videoed, as opposed to like having it load up.
Alan, Gall. Gall, you got it. So, yeah?
Fuji, so I prefer shooting film anyway. And then if I use digital, I'll just use my phone. But yeah, eventually I'll probably.
Is that a third?
Yeah.
Will they have?
Man, how slow was your internet? You can manually select a photo for upload. It just takes a bit of time. All right. Where is this freaking dog? I want to see the dog photo.
6 megapixel or is it
36?
Yeah.
But it's like, I was talking to, I do more like wildlife and bird. I was talking to some guys that were doing that, and they're like,
I would love to do
oh,
more
we're coming up. We're coming up. All right. So we got Meatloaf from a distance.
Like, I just have like a good long, prime lens.
I mean, I was out.
Cyronius for a good long prime lens. For Nikon, well, I don't know what the price of that new one's going to be, but that 120 to 300 f2.8 is the holy grail, man. That is the perfect one. I need to get my grubby hands on that lens. So I need to chat with the Nikon team.
Okay.
Let's see. You sent me a link.
It's still really good, but the 18600 apparently is even.
It's a super sharp lens.
Yeah, nobody can buy it. Like, unless you want to go buy a 500 f5.
All right.
500.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Unless you're willing to
throw some money at it.
Massive bucks.
Image down.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I've been trying to look for budget options or even like refurbished or something,
Yeah, I think it was so.
Where the heck did I?
Image up.
Oh my god.
Looks like one of my connections here isn't working.
Where the heck is that playing from?
Image down.
We'll see what goes on here. Has it been
Give me
choppy
a
at all?
second.
How's the connection looking?
Cyronius, I don't know where the freaking video is playing from. I can't find the browser. Where are you?
You talking about the A7R6? Sorry, kind of got crazy there, kind of in the mix with everybody. But yeah, that sounds like a great camera.
Okay, found it.
The newer
Jesus,
autofocus
I
on
really
it's
hate.
probably-
I hate that about freaking Macs. They have all these like windows within your desktop. Like you can make mini desktops within your desktop, and then it's hard to find it when you're on full screen. Okay, fixed it. All right, so this is the shot. 13K probably. Yeah, it's not going to be cheap. I think this is a fantastic shot, man. Look at that. Now, when you're doing this feature, do you have it set to like some kind of picture control? Like, do you set up a manual kind of preset, if you will, so that all your JPEGs show up nicely right away on stream? Or do you shoot in RAW, flat, and then whatever your viewers see, it's going to be... Oh, you have it set to vivid. Gotcha. Thank you. Because that was the other thing I was trying to figure out. I was like, how do I showcase nice colors if I'm shooting in RAW? This is a cool shot, man, especially for doing it such a impromptu manner. Look at this. Look at that smile. Yeah, man, no critiques. Just all around awesome shot. Meatloaf. All right, well, thank you very much for sharing that. FTP is set to auto send JPEG. Gotcha. All right. Let me... Oh my god, I'm getting so hungry. I didn't eat all day. I went to the gym though.
Outfits of King Arthur. He had a Disney classic up his sleeve. So though
I like that guy. The guy from... There's a show called Sons of Anarchy, which I, for the life of me, never thought I would actually get into a show about a bunch of biker gang about a, you know, I'm gonna say these words, but I don't mean it. But it's like they kind of portray themselves as like almost like redneck style something, right? But it's like this biker gang in California. I was like, there's no shot I would find a show about that to be interesting. Lo and behold, I was sorely mistaken. This show is so damn good. Sons of Anarchy. Oh, it's on Disney Plus. Okay, look at that. In IMDb gives it 8.5 out of 10. I've always stood by any show that's 8 out of 10 or higher with enough reviews is definitely worth watching, or it's definitely going to be a, you know, objectively good show. This thing's got 8.5. That's almost unheard of. I don't know if there's a 10 out of 10 show out there. But I like the main actor, Charlie Hunnam. He's, you know, all the actors are great, but yeah. So if you have never seen this show, I highly recommend it. Sons of Anarchy. I think someone described it, or the director might have described it as like a modern day Shakespearean show. So, anyways.
Our guy is not spotless.
He's earned his position, shall we say.
That's a very seductive narrative that one finds oneself in.
Smash cut, please.
And then Katzenellenbogen, I don't know if you're still here, but just to put a pin in it, in terms of, put a bow on it, I guess, to your question about the cropping, another thing that I oftentimes do is while I'm editing the shot, I'll look at the full screen, and then I'll literally just kind of zoom in and try different angles, like how you're seeing now. So let's say if I look at the full screen, I might punch into 100%, and then I just use this as a quick way to gauge, is there a frame that makes sense? So it's like, okay, does it make sense to put the subject over on the left side? And then sometimes I keep the panels here to make it a little bit more 2x3. Sometimes I remove it so it's a bit more wide angle, like a 16:9 or wider. So you have different ways to kind of gauge what effect you're looking for. So yeah, this is the other way I just kind of do my post-production quick cropping, or see if there's something to crop. So it's like, oh, does it make sense to do something where it's more subject is top heavy and you see a lot of the foreground? So you see the direction or where it's going to go. Does it make more sense off to the right or left? Yeah. This shot, I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth editing this one. It's like not bad, but we've already got a shot. Oh yeah, we need to work on this photo anyways. I think this one's going to be more impactful shot once we're done editing it. So yeah.
The cobblestones of ancient Londinium. But it's fake, sunshine. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, I know. It's just having a bit of fun.
A film set. Our hero is instructing Charlie Hunnam. Between the grunting, the sweating, and the testosterone, Richie pitches him a little idea. A return to his roots. A story about a high society weed merchant.
I think what there's going to be is a TV series, which I'm quite excited about.
He was inspired by a simple ethos. While the Queen still lives, England will never legalize the green.
Guy had a very creative interest, and I had a slightly more, I suppose, recreational interest in the California medical marijuana situation that we've had going on for many, many years.
It was a cocktail, son. A dirty martini of gangsters, lords, Russian oligarchs, Mossad crabs, and junkies. London grit and editing sharper than a Savile Row suit.
Honestly, I don't even need to read the script. If you're doing it, I'm in.
He pitched it to Miramax. The suits loved the synopsis, but they didn't want a telly show. They wanted a feature, and if it succeeded, then a show would go into production. Just a little footnote. The movie was a smash, and the TV show, it's on Netflix right now.
Show is amazing too.
Everyone very
What's
rich
happening?
indeed.
Guten Abend, day tour.
100, 200, 500 million?
But let's not get...
How's it going? Guten Abend, day tour. Good evening, good evening. I was streaming a little bit early today, so I've been streaming already. How long? I don't even know. Yeah, we've already been streaming 3.5 hours. Hells yeah. And it's only 9 p.m. here. I don't know how long I'll go for, though, because I am starving. And yeah. I'm starving. Also, my God, there's so many movies I need to watch. And I was mentioning over the weekend, I started playing James Bond 007 something, the First Light, and it's a fantastic game. I feel a little bit addicted to it. We'll see.
Get ahead of ourselves. Let's rewind. The director wasted no time assembling the firm. After Hunnam, we got Hugh Grant.
Buenos tardes, Raimundo.
Hugh
Dashing,
Grant.
isn't he? Eddie Marsan and David Garrick, who had been beaten up by Sherlock Holmes himself. After that, David would choose his opponents more carefully. Guy already had Tom Wu play a Lord and a George, so this time he played Lord George.
There is a difference.
And then, the fresh meat. We have Colin Farrell.
I'm on fire over here, lads. Come on, I need some back and forth. Come on, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? Now,
I really like Colin Farrell. I feel like he's too famous to be considered like an underrated actor, but I do appreciate that he plays all kinds of ridiculous roles, and he does them well. So, yeah.
Jeremy Strong.
I'm your friend, your ally, your Santa Claus for all seasons.
And Henry Golding.
This is the first time that I've been able to drop like F-bombs and C-bombs and do it with venom, you know, and it's really therapeutic. I'm not gonna lie.
Fuck you, you old I'll piss on your grave.
A veritable buffet of talent. But the main course, the lion himself, Matthew McConaughey. Now, pay attention to this, sunshine. This role, it was written for a Brit.
And for me. Is that right?
Was it?
Well, he pitched it to me, and it was going to, in that incarnation, it was going to be a TV show. And at that point, he thought, yeah, why don't we do it with Charlie? And so then he called me a while later and said, I've made this a movie. I'm going to send you the script.
Oh, separately, maybe I want to rewatch True Detectives. I feel like that show, for some reason, nobody talks about it anymore. That maybe the first 2 seasons, but that first season was so damn good. Not the True Detective. True Detective with Matthew McConaughey was so good, and it's been so long, and I've only seen it once, so I feel like this is a good time for me to rewatch it. 8.8 out of 10, and then I forget what the next. Oh, there's 4 seasons. I don't even know if I've seen them all then. How do I see what each premise is about? Season 1 was epic with Matthew McConaughey and what's that guy's name? Woody Harrelson? Colin Farrell was in this too? Wait, I don't remember that. Okay, how do I see True Detective Season 2? Who were the actors in that? Oh, Colin Farrell was in Season 2. I just remember one. Oh, it's the Vince Vaughn one. Oh, okay. I didn't really like the Vince Vaughn one. Did I have strong opinions about it? I don't think so. I think I still enjoyed it, but it didn't stick out to me as much. What was Season 3 then? Season 3. Oh, it's this guy. What was he from? I forget what movie I've seen him in. I don't remember this one at all. Then what's Season 4? 6-episode anthology. Oh my God. Do I have a new show? Or do I have another show I need to binge watch? All right. True Detective. That might be what I watch tonight.
And then I read the first few pages and said, oh yeah, that's not the lead anymore. Because I knew Matthew was attached to it, and I thought, have I arrived at that point in my career where Matthew McConaughey is playing a supporting role to me? And then apparently no, I hadn't.
Sounds about right.
And quickly, before we move on, a little drama, a plot twist. Kate Beckinsale quits days into shooting. Poof, gone. Enter the Lady Mary herself, Michelle Dockery. Write that down, gents. We'll circle back to her later.
Yeah, all right.
She was so good in that.
Wide shot. The streets of Agrabah. Here among the hundreds of extras were some of Guy's future partners in The Gentleman. The DOP Alan Stewart had been filming for him since Sherlock Holmes. and the production
Ooh.
designer Gemma Jackson, who had built cities for King Arthur and Aladdin. Jackson had to counter pennies since Ritchie's new film had a budget smaller than Disney's U.S. advertising campaign for Aladdin. However, the designer pulled out all the stops for the construction of the underground weed plantation with more than 300 Fugazi marijuana plants.
Fugazi, Fugazi.
Bush. Skunkamola.
I found he has a tendency to give all the people he hires a certain level of autonomy and expectation that you're gonna show up and do your job without being babysat, you know, which, you know, definitely inspires you to do your best work.
White Widow super cheese.
Then there's the matter of the furniture.
So what is that? Is that barbecue as well? Yes, it is, Fletcher. I love a Barbie.
That's Guy Ritchie's design. Guy Ritchie makes those and just shamelessly promoting his own product in his film. He makes those and is selling them now, those barbecues.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Guy, I want one of those. Let's go. But that's
He's got to send me one now for that little bit of free advertising.
Yeah, exactly right.
You've got to show me how to get one of them.
Well, you can take it with you if you fuck off now.
And it doesn't stop at the woodworks. The characters get drunk on Gritchie, which is made at Guy's personal brewery. And Michael Pearson's headquarters are filmed in Ritchie's actual pub.
Bobby?
What?
Have a pint and a pickled egg.
If there is anything our director loves more than product placement, it's the clobber.
You know, if you know Guy well enough, yeah, he loves directing films, but not as much as he likes talking about food and fashion. Or food and clothing, excuse me, Guy. Not fashion, clothing.
This man could put his fingers on your threads and tell you what the thread count is and what it might cost you.
I am the costume designer.
Again, Guy Ritchie's characters larger than life. You can definitely turn up the volume on a lot of these characters.
Michael Wilkinson tailored the aristocracy. He's dressed Spartans in leather diapers and superheroes in spandex. But this was a fashion show with guns.
I believe a sense of ownership is vital in every aspect of life, perhaps never more so than when it comes to wardrobe.
The designer had made a dozen tracksuits for the coach and his students.
I have to tell you, I like those tracksuits. As I was watching that, I thought, those tracksuits are good tracksuits.
Which is, I'm delighted to say, have been copied around the world. And I know if you ever Google the gentleman tracksuits, you can find them from like £10 to £700.
Take it down.
And every time McConaughey walked into a frame, he was wearing a suit that screamed British sophistication with a Texan accent.
Espousing of a kind of English way of life, seen through an American prism. You're allowed to be an actor and enjoy all the best aspects of England without being dragged down by too serious a narrative.
Carry on, chaps.
After filming ended, Matthew was gifted with Michael Pearson's wardrobe.
So what?
I'll tell you what, Charlie Hunnam took it personally. Before the cameras rolled, he and Guy went on a magical mystery tour of London's oldest boutiques.
I really enjoyed the clothing.
Aside from the narrator, it was the perfect date.
Well, I've modeled my look on your look.
I know, I noticed that. We're even wearing the same shoes today.
Charlie thought he'd get to keep the clothes. Wrong. Guy stripped him of the suit right after the last day of shooting.
All right.
Sorry, Charlie. You need 3 of those in a row to keep the suits.
All right.
And then there's Hugh Grant, dressed like a sleazy director from the 70s.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Directors also served as inspiration for the character.
Analog, chemical process, keep the grain in the picture, I say. Old school, 35 mil.
The classic Ray-Bans were crucial to transforming the actor into the pushy private detective.
The best private investigator in this smoky little town.
His vintage leather jacket was tailored and made to look as though he didn't take it off, even to sleep.
Thank you very much.
Guy also loved Rosalind's Louboutin. The heels inspired the director so much that he added the shot with her arrival at the shop. Originally, the scene opened into the workshop.
Smash cut to black.
Now let's talk about the color black. Like the one you're looking at right now, Sunshine. Before a single reel turned, Guy held a black box rehearsal. He shot the entire film in a day. No sets, no lighting, just black curtains, amateur cameras, and pure imagination.
I'm impressed not only by your information, but by your imagination.
But preparation is for scouts, isn't it? Let's talk about the chaos.
Oh, it's warming up now, isn't it?
Hugh Grant spent months working on his lines.
He does a lot of homework and really relies on this sort of Bible of notes that he creates. And I guess the night before, his car had been broken into and his bag had been stolen and all of his notes were gone. So he had these 45 pages of dialogue to deliver and no cheat sheet.
What I remember is that I learned 40 fucking pages of dialogue, which took me, you know, I'm old now, it took me weeks and weeks and weeks.
Hugh arrives on the set furious, only to find the director in a manic state. Guy hands him a fresh stack of paper, ink still wet.
It takes a long time to learn that and find the nuances of it and find your way through it. And then when director comes in and says, you know what, actually we're going to just rewrite these 10 pages right now, it can be quite startling and quite challenging.
I said, I can't learn any new stuff now. That's not exactly how you said it, actually, Hugh. No, it was tenser than that. And the guy said, don't worry, we've got a teleprompter. I said, teleprompter? I'm not a newsreader, darling. I'm an actor.
Ritchie loved Grant's transformation and continually magnified his role in the introduction and finale into a string that connected the story throughout.
That's informed by Hugh's ownership and possession of the role. And because he found his way into that, I just thought, hold on, this has got to be a bigger role.
Ready?
Ready?
Still, Hugh and Charlie spent only 5 days filming more than 40 pages of text.
The line I remember most is the one I improvised, which is not in the movie, and I'm furious about it.
Which one is that?
I think you're rabbiting on about something, and I say, all right, keep your tempo in. Beautiful.
Should we continue with our little story?
As for the script, the others didn't really stick to it either.
And he's like, right, the script off. This is what we're going to do. You're going to walk over here. You're going to say something to him. You're going to punch him in the balls. You're going to do this and that. And I was just like, okay, sure.
Michelle Dockery, I told you we'd come back to her. Missed the first few days of school, so she didn't bother studying. Instead, she was given complete freedom to improvise.
We do, as actors, we sort of live off that adrenaline and, you know, that sort of feeling of spontaneity is actually quite liberating.
So I'm not going to fuck about illustrating its significance. You're going to have to trust me on that.
In the scenes where she didn't have any lines, Guy would just stroll up and say, think of something witty here, or we'll be here all night.
The truth is that the gold comes from the moment when you're there and you're trying to construct it. And that is a collaborative process. And really, I suppose my job is to encourage everyone to dial into a frequency, because once you've dialed into that frequency, everyone has a lot to offer.
I'm not sure that's how it works at all.
This method was incredibly irritating to McConaughey at first.
Because like you, I spent some time working on the lines and having my story down.
But then all of a sudden it clicks and you go,
Kavai.
actually what he's coming up with is better.
Better doesn't even begin to do it justice. The Peking duck and the law.
Oh, sorry, Kavai. I'm not sure why, but my aggregated chat didn't see your message on one of my screens. Kavai says, I've been busy with the Huskies since, so gotta go again. No worries. Thank you very much. And thanks for reaching a streak on watching my stream. Hells yeah. Have fun with the Huskies, man. Enjoy, enjoy.
Of the jungle monologues made up on the spot.
Wait, what?
With is better.
Better doesn't even begin to do it justice. The Peking duck and the law of the jungle monologues made up on the spot.
Looking for your balls or a hole in the wall?
Balls and a hole in the wall, diluted, duck eating.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where the fuck do you think you're going? Because you're not going out the way you came in, you deluded duck-eating
That you go, that's really good, but I've never even heard of that until right now, and the camera's on.
Well, of course, if you're a cunt and you eat duck, it would make sense.
There's only one rule in this fucking jungle. When the lion's hungry, he eats.
Yeah, you and I talked quite a lot about at various stages about the significance of a lion. It was a bulldog at one point. It was a bulldog and a dragon.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Now lean in, closer. Ritchie filled the frame with little breadcrumbs for the nerds. During Fletcher's tirade about
the classic 1974 film The Conversation, starring Gene Hackman and John Cazale.
A replica of the parabolic microphone from Coppola's masterpiece appears behind Raymond's back.
You know, Coppola slipped that one out between the Godfathers. Yeah, it wasn't really for me. It's a bit boring, to be honest.
And in the finale, at the Miramax office, you can see a poster for The Man from U.N.C.L.E., which fans immediately mistook for a sequel hint.
Shall we?
The film also contains babies.
Oh.
6 to be exact. 6 little baby bullets and their mother, a 24-karat gold Derringer.
That's a nice little gift.
The inscription reads, "Hands Across the Sea." It's a famous American military march, a nod to the special relationship between our two great nations.
5 years in prison all in one little box.
Oh, but that's not a gun, dear. That's a paperweight.
The scene where Michael gets kidnapped copies the finale from The Long Good Friday frame by frame. Elegant, barely detectable, unless you know what you're looking for.
What does that mean?
Then we add Richie's thing for female auto mechanics.
This is a sanctuary for the ladies.
I've always been attracted to women that are attracted to cars, because I'm not. And I like that, again, it's a sort of juxtaposition. I like that.
Oh, fuck off.
And for dessert, the appearance of Elliot Sumner in the role of the rebellious daughter of Lord Pressfield. Elliot is the fruit of Sting's loins, a family reunion of sorts, considering Sting and Trudy Styler helped pay for Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels back when Guy couldn't afford a pint.
I suggest you take full advantage of that fact.
Cut to the edit suite. Guy locked himself away with his right hand, James Herbert, and a new player, Paul Mackless, the wizard behind Scott Pilgrim and Baby Driver.
That's pretty fucking impressive, right?
Smash cut, please.
Now, pay attention to the rhythm. Guy writes with a beat in his head.
There's a rhythm to the dialogue, and then you find there's a rhythm to the music.
He hunts for the track after.
He's really good at that as well. And I've mentioned this prior. I think I mentioned this before, but that is one of those in my opinion, kind of underrated elements. I've noticed it when it came to trying to find an editor, which was a very grueling task over the past however many months last year, where every time I attempted to work with an editor, for whatever, you can have really good technical skills, but a lot of times they just couldn't grasp my style. So I'm not saying my style is the best, but I have a certain style when it comes to like, how do I match certain soundtracks with moments to kind of lean into what I consider to be more punchy or compelling or, moody moments that I want to convey. And so everyone's got a style, but I just found it so difficult to find someone who can match my style. The point I'm making is sound is so important for emotion, especially with the video stuff. And my only dabble in it has been with my Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. And then as I've started getting into YouTube, like longer form filmmaking or vlogs or whatever, and it's so much fun to play with music or soundtracks, but it's so hard. And I feel like not enough people put as much effort into that as opposed to the other technical skills you need for, videography and stuff.
After the scene is shot. Later, he would look through many options before he chooses the perfect match.
So you dig through stuff, really looking for a rhythm. And there are those nostalgic tunes that you're familiar with, Roxy Music tune. By the way, how great is that tune? And who knew Roxy Music came up with that? It's rather fabulous.
The exception was the Bugsy Malone track. It was planned even before filming. For the rapper, working with Richie was his film debut.
Boy, why aren't you training your black?
Did he just call me a black?
Yes, he did.
You can't do that, that's racist.
But you are black and you are the
The fact that I'm black has nothing to do with the fact I'm a
When he heard the pitch, he told his agent to waive the fee. He worked for free, all out of respect for the best gangster film of all time.
Fuck you.
Quite like it when you talk dirty to me.
The film hit theaters in January 2020. It was the last big party before the lockdown. The flick raked in over $100 million.
This is a big fucking number.
And those sour-faced virgins who usually turn their noses up at our guy, yeah, critics loved it.
It's looking good, Ray. It's looking fucking good.
No awards, of course. The Academy doesn't like it rough.
And now you fucking tell.
Wait, has he won any awards? How many awards has Guy Ritchie won in his filmmaking career, and what are they?
Guy Ritchie has won several awards during his career. He won Best Director at the Tokyo International Film Festival for Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels in 1998. He also picked up awards for Most Promising Newcomer and British Screenwriter of the Year, and he got an Empire Award for Best British Director for Snatch. More recently, in 2017, he was honored with the Rain Dance Auteur Award for his contributions to British film.
But he's never won like something in, is it the Oscars? Which one's the one that has like Best Picture and all that?
Oh, the Oscars, that golden goose? Nah, Guy Ritchie hasn't bagged one of those. He's more of the stylish crime caper guy, not exactly the Academy's cup of tea. So no Best Picture or Best Director statues gathering dust on his shelf. He makes his own kind of noisy fun, even if the Academy doesn't roll out the red carpet.
You know what? That makes me like him even more. He is the, yeah. It's like, I feel like this guy needs to win more awards. His movies are just so dang good. You know, it's like so catchy. It's so, there's so much like, every moment has a punch to it, and it feels vibrant. And it feels intentional. Like every scene feels like it flows into the next. You can't say that. Or I feel like that's not just like you stumble upon that. That's like some creative genius. Damn, he's never won any Oscars?
But who needs a golden statue when you have a gold-plated Derringer and a barbecue empire?
Now, Fletcher, what were you saying?
Quentin Tarantino never rushed back into the director's chair, but rather wrote for pleasure.
Okay. What's next on the docket? I want to watch another one of these Kino ones. Colo Kino. Oh, it's the same one. But also, it is 9:11 p.m. I'm freaking hungry right now. Should I take a break to eat some food? Can I eat food in 10 minutes? That's the question. Let's do it. I need to eat some food. Okay, guys, I'm going to BRB. I'll put on my little BRB thing, and I'll be back in. We're going to count it. I'm going to give myself 10 minutes to eat a full meal. I think I can do it. All right, so BRB.
Yeah, 7 minutes to 7 a.m. Alright, so close to 7 a.m. We just entered the park. Now we're just saying hello to some buffaloes, and there's one hidden in the mud. There's a hippo. So it greeted us a bit aggressively as we passed. So we are a bit of a safe distance, and we're just waiting to see if some action will happen or if they'll just stay here. So wish us some luck.
Navigating the park under muddy conditions is no small feat. As the prior evening, we even had to rescue some travelers whose van got stuck in the mud. So shout out to Milton for handling the perennial slip and slide like a boss. With that said, let's check out this morning's wildlife encounters. Over the following days, our routine involved countless hours scanning mountain ridges from lookout points, mixed in with occasional hikes, searching for wildlife. Here are some highlights of those sightings.
Oh my god. Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too. Whew.
Okay, I was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected. Hey, who needs breakfast, you know? Alright. After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera and iPhone. We probably could have called it a day after a few takes, but let's be honest, the kids in us could not resist the joy of spending an entire lazy afternoon in our own dusty playground, kicking up sand just because we can. Everyone's hard work paid off as we had our best snow leopard sighting of the trip. A mother leopard resting on a cliff with her 2 cubs, enjoying the sunset. Winter in Jim Corbett is surreal, to say the least, with mist-covered landscapes adding a magical atmosphere to our early morning game drives. But of course, I came here for the wildlife, so please enjoy my final highlights of India's jungle animals. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can still capture stunning photos and videos. Smartphones and action cameras these days, they work really well for the jungle treks, especially during the unpredictable close encounters you might have with the primates. I also use a mix of my Osmo Pocket 3, iPhone 15 Pro, the GoPro, Insta360 X4, and Go 3 to ensure that I never miss a shot. I usually travel with two cameras, my Nikon Z9 for my primary wildlife shots, and my Nikon Z6 III focused on capturing all my day-in-the-life travel moments. During gorilla treks, a 70-200mm f2.8 lens is my favorite for its focal range and incredible versatility, and it performs really well in low-light conditions within these dense forests. I've also had great success with an 85mm f1.2 lens for its exceptional low-light captures on these treks. For chimpanzee treks, all the same recommendations apply. The only difference is that some of my photographer clients, including myself, have used our 400mm f2.8 lens inside the jungle. If you can handle the weight, it does offer unmatched quality for these close-up portraits of chimps. I don't recommend it for the gorilla treks, given the larger size of the gorillas means it's harder to keep in frame. For jeep and boat safaris, a lens within a 300 to 400mm focal length is what I recommend. For me, I use my 400mm f2.8 lens. It allows you to capture faraway subjects while maintaining the best quality of your shot. Lastly, when it comes to photographing the people and culture of Uganda, shooting with the 400mm f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 is a luxury that's hard to beat. However, the 24-70mm and 70-200mm f2.8 are my favorites for producing high-quality portraits with best-in-class versatility. My final evening was spent enjoying scenes of locals playing hockey and relaxing on the frozen lake. Reflecting on my time here, I appreciated the breathtaking scenery, the professionalism of the crew, and of course, the wildlife. While the challenging weather conditions made sightings tough, Leh is definitely a place I'm looking forward to revisiting, to spend more time in the wild, but also with the people of this beautiful place. Like kids playing ice hockey on a frozen lake, life is best when you chase the little moments, losing yourself fully in the spaces in between. And that's what my time in Leh reminded me. Alright, let's dive into how I pack for Uganda, starting with the essentials, most of which fit in my Samsonite Ecodiver check-in bag. You can find all my gear linked in the description below. I opt for a soft case when flying within Uganda since they use smaller charter planes that have a 15 kg soft bag limit. I pack activewear shirts and trekking pants, mostly from Colombia. I pack my undergarments, of course, waterproof socks for the treks, and leg gaiters, which are a lifesaver against mud, sharp branches, and forest ants during the jungle treks. Also bring a pair of gloves if you're doing the treks, it'll protect your hands. Definitely bring a rain jacket, and for sun protection, bring the hat, sunglasses, sunscreen, and arm sleeves. The last one, it's great for people like me with tattoos. Neck gaiters are also a must. It's great for hikes, and it doubles as a face mask during ape encounters. And if I have space, I'll throw in a pair of normal shoes or sandals. The hiking boots I'll wear with me on the actual flight. You can't forget bug repellents, first aid kit, and toiletries. And then with the remaining space, I'll throw in all my non-battery camera accessories, like the tripods, gimbal heads, camera straps, lens filters, and cables. For context, all this packed up comes in at around 12 kgs. Moving to my primary carry-on, the Gitso Adventure 30-liter backpack. This bag is super durable, comfortable, and surprisingly spacious. It fits my Nikon Z9 camera with the 400mm f2.8 lens attached, along with a couple of other lenses like a 20mm f1.8 for the wide shots and a 70-200 f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 for the distant or low light shots. I also packed my DJI Mic 2 microphones, a shotgun mic, and a couple of think tank bags stuffed with spare batteries, memory cards, chargers, and cables. Now for my Peak Design everyday sling bag. This little wonder is like Harry Potter's magical suitcase, and it's way roomier than it looks. It holds my Nikon Z6 III camera with a 24-70mm lens, my 14-inch MacBook, charger and power bank, universal adapter, as well as an Osmo Pocket 3 action camera. Plus, of course, my passport and wallet. And the best part, it's usually not weighed by airline staff, so packing it with heavy essentials can save you a headache at check-in. This becomes my go-to bag that I wear when I'm going out for photo shoots. This trio of bags ensures that I'm covered from airport to savannah to jungle for the smoothest of adventures.
All right, I'm back. Hello, hello. Let's make sure everything's working. Ate some spicy food, so my throat is a little bit scratchy. Also, I just bought this gimmicky thing on Amazon. It's one of those, like, you can pour water in it. It's like super easy to make your little ice cubes. Ooh, shoot. Oh no. I just spilled. Is it dripping the juicy stuff? Okay, give me a second. I gotta make sure my keyboard is not. I'll be right back. You know what? I'll keep it on the screen. We'll give it on Nala here. I think it's leaking. Okay, hopefully crisis averted. Okay. I think crisis averted. Are we back? So what are the odds? As I was just about to explain, I bought this thing that might be super gimmicky. It turned out to be very gimmicky. It was like one of those, like, you make ice cubes easily, and then you can push the thing on one end, which pops the ices out of the mold, but it stays inside the container. So then you can pour your drink inside of it and sip it in one go. But it turns out that case is not super sealed, so it started leaking from the edge. And a little bit spilled on my keyboard, but I think it just got the edge. So I should be okay. Otherwise, we've got a damaged Logitech keyboard and I'll have to buy a new one soon. And then it spilled a little bit on my desk, but otherwise we're good. Cyroni says, welcome back. Tell me about your BRB screen. What did you do to create it? Ooh, thank you for that excellent question. I'm kind of proud of this. It was here. Let me see if I can find it actually. Give me a second. Where would it be? I probably created it. Social media, my brand. Livestream scenes. Okay, I can show you exactly how I made it. All right, it's just loading up on my other screen here, and then I'll switch scenes. Like I said, I ate some spicy food. I had some rice with some chicken and this ground beef thing that I made for my... I've started eating Vietnamese spring rolls, which have been delicious. Timeline, be right back. Okay. All right, so Cyronius, to your question, I do need to create new ones with my latest YouTube videos. So I should probably do that sometime over the weekend or something. So it was a mixture of first, this is a while ago, but when I first decided I wanted to start streaming, there's a few things I did. What was it? One was ChatGPT, one was Canva. So I think I was using a mixture of ChatGPT and Canva where I fed it like dozens and dozens of photos of my 2 cats. And then I took a photo of my studio, right? Like I literally took a few steps back, took the shot of my studio. I fed that to the AI as well. And then basically my prompt was just to recreate it in different styles. And so then eventually, no. First step was create a digital avatar version of my 2 cats. And then once I found a design that looked similar in style and it looked like it resembled my cats enough, excuse me. Ugh, so scratchy now. Once I had that, then I fed those animations to create a single image of my studio, but now virtualized. So this became like one of the versions. It took so much effort. It was so hard to get the AI to actually do a nice job and to have it replicated. Because then from here, then I used whatever, this is a long time ago, but whatever was the video generating engine back then, I used one of those where you can make for free, I think like 3 seconds of animation. Here, give me a second. I gotta clear my throat. This is killing me. Hold on a second. Do I have the mute button? It's been a while since I had to mute the stream. I like rushed through eating and now I have that scratchy throat and it's so annoying. I hate hearing that sound of like a scratchy throat. So I'm trying to see if I can mute myself. Testing. Hopefully I'm better. So as I was explaining, I eventually got like a 3 second animation. Yeah, exactly 3 seconds. So first I had the still image of this, and then I fed that still image. Once I got a version of this that I liked, I fed it into whatever that video engine, God, I don't remember the name of it. Whatever the popular thing was back like, last year, where I had it create a 3 second rendering of my cats moving, basically, right? Just like showing a little bit of motion, so it's not just a still image. So then eventually I got it so it looked nice where both of them at some point look towards the screen and then they go to sleep, right? And while that's happening, all I did in DaVinci is I added the zoom effect. So without the zoom effect, I mean, it just looked like this. And then what I did is I actually had the video here. I forget what. Oh yeah, this is just where is this from? I'm missing it. I don't even remember what's here. Let me hit the BRB. I don't even know what's. Oh yeah, that's right. So I have it. I hope I have it. It's probably just in my Dropbox, but I have a little intro that plays, which is of my logo. And I had it increase in size to match the size of the monitor as I'm zooming in on the video, right? So you can see here, I just added a subtle zoom effect on the video so that the monitor screen is what's getting focused in on. And the whole time it's zooming in, I had at the same rate, I had the video overlaid in that monitor screen and just had it increasing in size to match the pace until you get to the end of the video animation, which is where my cats are both sleeping. And then once you're there, then I just pop in my video. I just have it fit inside that monitor screen. It's no deal. It's no big deal because it's just I'm just treating this like a still image. So at this point, you don't actually see my cats moving. Nothing's moving here. But it's fine because I'm zoomed in and the focus is on the monitor screen anyways. And so, yeah, I try to get the illusion that maybe the cats are still moving, But because we're cropped in, we can't see the rest of the body. So maybe you just don't see the stomach, you know, expanding from breathing and all that. So it's just a little bit of subtle effects. And then what I have it do is at the very end, then I had, it says be right back on the original thing. And then I literally just reversed the video. So it just reverses at the end. So it creates a perfect loop. So beginning zooms in, ending zooms out to the starting point. And that's it. And then, yeah, that way I can do the second video and it just always does the same thing. It's just a little opening loop of the intro and the outro. He said, so essentially you created a bunch of clips on repeat. Yeah, and then I had enough of these from my previous YouTube videos. You can see all of them here. So then eventually I thought I had enough moments that I can have it randomized. So I think I put it into VLC player, the media player. And then from there, I just set it to shuffle. So then every time I hit BRB, it should, I think it should always play a different video each time. There are some caveats, but yeah, generally speaking, I don't do BRB too often, so it's not as like, I haven't tested it fully. But yeah, there you go. So now what's missing is I've made a number of new videos since then, right? So I need to technically update it so there's more fresh content. But it's just like these little tasks that I always forget to do. It's a lot of work. I put a lot of work for a little payout, but we have fun with it, okay? Let me load this up just in case we get into video edits. But thank you for the question. I'm glad, I hope you're asking the question because it is a cool effect that you were interested by. And the answer was a little bit of AI and then a little bit of more AI, but then mixing it with real photos of my cats, real photo of my studio, a lot of failed attempts at the prompts, and then eventually finding a 3-second video, like a 3-second animation that I thought could work to show as the intro and the outro. And the reason it could work is because the end state is my cat sleeping, so that becomes like the passive mode throughout the video that's playing in the middle. And then yeah. Lots of good info though. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe I'll make a proper YouTube video like breaking this down, but it's such a niche of a thing. But it was fun, and it is rinse and repeatable, so I did build it to scale. Okay, as that's loading, let's get back into things. Where'd it go? Where's the little picture-in-picture thing? There you are. All right, there we go. Let's get back into some edits. I'm in a good zone here. It is almost 10 p.m., but I feel I had my dinner, so I have a little bit more energy with me. But time will tell if I feel like, oh shoot, I want to... Because now I really want to watch True Detective tonight. That's on the back of my mind. Okay, what was I supposed to... Let me pause the music. All right, let's get into it.
And carefully prepared for new... Quentin Tarantino never rushed back into the director's...
100%.
For decades in his free time, the author would jot ideas down for a future novel, which he never planned on publishing. It was a simple story he used to exercise his style, and at the same time tell the story of Los Angeles in the late 1960s. A carefree time in Quentin's youth, yet packed with events for Hollywood. The text sparkled with hundreds of references to famous personalities working in that dream world, and created a world filled with homages and quotes.
The fuck are you talking about?
Hundreds of pages of random notes with unconnected scenes turned into the script of his 9th film while shooting Death Proof.
A lot of it drawn from some conversations that we'd had about my relationship with my stuntman, and in one in particular.
He had a guy who'd been with him for the last 8 or 9 years. then at one point we were shooting, and he came to me and he goes, "Hey, look, Quentin, I got a guy." And he's like, he's my guy.
All right, what's it gonna hurt? Then if you need him, you got him, all right?
You start thinking about like, oh, how many times have they just sat on movie sets day after day, just shooting the shit, dressed identically? And I'm sitting there looking at it from afar, and I go, wow, that's a really interesting relationship. So I think I was in London doing promotion work on Death Proof when I think I wrote the first two things on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And then in between projects, it's what I would do to get myself back into writing again.
So in 2016, after the promo tour of Hateful Eight and a few award ceremonies, Tarantino seriously started casting for his next picture. The director dreamed of snaring Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt from the first drafts of the script. Quentin had often called this duo the greatest stars of our time, and didn't believe that he would be able to convince both of them to play. Because of this, from the very early production stages, the project was associated with Tom Cruise, who had a shot at playing Cliff Booth.
Cliff Booth. I feel like I could see Tom Cruise playing the role that Leonardo played. Could I see him playing the bodyguard? Oh, it's so hard now because like I only see Brad Pitt in that role, but
Fair enough. Luckily, both Leo and Brad agreed to unite with Tarantino, and even agreed to considerable financial sacrifices, cutting their usual salaries to $10 million. After signing the contract, Quentin dubbed the duet the new Robert Redford and Paul Newman. Their charisma strongly brought to mind the Western Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Who are those guys?
The trio of main characters was completed by Margot Robbie, who played Sharon Tate.
Well, that's me.
When Quentin had chosen the actors for the main roles, he invited them to his house and had a reading of the script. There was only one copy of the text, which never left his house.
I think I was early because the script looked pretty crisp, and then I got called back about, 6 weeks later, and I come back and...
Wait, who was invited? Oh man, hold on.
Played Sharon Tate.
Well, that's me.
When Quentin had chosen the actors for the main roles, he invited them to his house and had a reading of the script.
That's so cool. I mean, I don't know why this is like standing out to me, because obviously these actors and actresses, they see each other every day of the shoot. But like that's such a cool, how cool is that? That's like you get to all just hang out in Quentin Tarantino's house as you read this script together. And there's something like, damn, what a life. To be able to just have that kind of a, oh yeah, we just had a casual night out at Quentin Tarantino's. I'm sure they had all kinds of drinks and whatever other stuff as we were reading this exclusive script for this upcoming movie. Just like the casualness of it all. Damn.
Script. There was only one copy of the text, which never left his house.
I think I was early because the script looked pretty crisp, and then I got called back about, 6 weeks later, and I come back and it's all like coffee rings, spaghetti sauce, and the thing's all crinkled and the whole thing.
No, but that's where you're like, okay, no, it's alive now. This is a living, breathing document.
After his first version of Hateful Eight had been stolen, Tarantino became seriously paranoid about another leak and kept all the details of his project secret. And there were a lot of details. Margot Robbie's character was based on the real Sharon Tate, but the prototypes of Rick and Cliff were not so obvious.
Goddamn right.
Dalton embodies a generation of stars from Wild West TV series, which became spaghetti westerns.
You ever seen an Italian Western?
Italian?
They're awful. It's a fucking fart.
I don't think it's nice you laughing.
Rick is loosely associated with Ty Harden, who Quentin called a poor copy of Steve McQueen.
Afraid there's some folks who wouldn't quite agree with you.
Ralph Meeker and Pete Duell.
Obviously, Quentin is a cinephile, but he's a lover of these actors that maybe an entire generation hasn't heard of. And he really puts them, talent-wise, as far as how they affect him as an audience member, up with the best of the best.
Oh, if you're talking about Ralph Meeker, he's literally my favorite actors of all time.
I'm sorry, fellas. I just didn't think about it that way.
That he had a bit of a drinking problem. It sounds like the guy was undiagnosed bipolar, and the reason that he was drinking was to self-medicate himself. Leo got that.
Booth is a mixture of Gary Kent, who had shot at Spahn Ranch before the Manson family had settled there, and Gene LaBelle, who landed a role in the series The Green Hornet after the other stuntmen refused to work with Bruce Lee because of the constant beatings.
Well, the stuntman hated Bruce on Green Hornet. No, it's in Matthew Polly's book. And before that, it's always been known. That's why Gene LaBelle was brought on, to teach Bruce respect for American stuntmen. Bruce had nothing but disrespect for stuntmen. He was always hitting them with his feet, and they got to be the point where, like, no, I refuse to work with him.
Lee's family criticized the portrayal, while the Chinese government required that the scene be deleted in order for the movie to be released in the People's Republic. But Tarantino refused to censor it.
I can understand his daughter having a problem with it. It's her fucking father. But anybody else, go suck a dick.
The relationship between the main characters, however, is an homage to the friendship of Burt Reynolds and his stunt double Hal Needham, who lived in the actor's guest house for 12 years and later became the highest paid stuntman in Hollywood. The aforementioned Burt Reynolds was portrayed by James Marston.
Would you take a bite of a red apple?
Oh, you bet I would.
But the scene was cut because of the unexpected death of Reynolds. The actor died on the 6th of September, 2018.
Wait, Burt Reynolds. What does he look like? I mean, I see him in that visual, but... Wait, is this... Oh, no, I'm thinking of, Why did I think of the Men in Black? Burt Reynolds. Oh, you know how I know this guy? I think he was in an episode of Friends back in the day. Was he in a Friends episode? Or yeah, he played like the older love interest or something for a while. That's literally all I know this guy from. Is there... Wait, what was his... What movies has he done? I've never seen The Longest Yard. I know it's supposed to be good. And the rest of these sound... Okay, so it's way before my time, essentially. But then what's the guy's name who plays Men in Black? Actor. Tommy Lee Jones. That's who I was thinking. Doesn't this guy look like Tommy Lee Jones there for a second? Is it just me? Does Tom... Well, I mean, okay, they don't look similar in real life, but...
A few weeks before Quentin's movie began shooting.
You know, he was going to do this. He was going to be George Spahn. He did play it, all right? He didn't do it on film, but he rehearsed. And I've heard 4 different people tell me this, including his son, that the last thing he did before he died is he was running the lines, and then he went into the bathroom and he died. So the last thing he was doing was playing George Spahn.
When is someone going to make a movie about Quentin Tarantino? I feel like that's got to be in the works.
Reynolds was replaced with Bruce Dern.
No, Jesus Christ. I relish the experience and I relish the opportunity to be put on the level I was on with him. That's excitement for me.
The role of Marvin Schwartz, which was based on a popular producer of Westerns who worked with Burt Reynolds, was written by Quentin exclusively for Al Pacino.
Ping, pow, zoom, zoom.
By the way, Schwartz's love for the 14 Fists of McCluskey was a reference to The Godfather, where a policeman of the same last name breaks Michael Corleone's jaw.
Take a hold of him. Stand him up. Stand him up straight.
Of course, one could talk about the references in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for almost longer than it takes to watch the film. But let's return to 2018. While he was choosing actors, Quentin was also choosing a team that would be able to bring to life his childhood memories of Los Angeles.
I grew up in Los Angeles, and the only people who truly love it are the people who love it the right way, are the people who grew up here. And when it comes to the movie posters, when it comes to the billboards that you see, those kind of signs and everything, yeah, there was a lot more boring ass shit back then, all right, you know, that was out there. But that's not what I remember. So I'm picking and choosing from the things that would stay in a little boy's memory. The things that would mean something to a little boy. That light blue Carmen Ghia was, well, my stepdad's, you know, car. That was what he drove back then. That camera angle, looking up at Brad, is pretty much my viewpoint of looking up at him as we would drive around Los Angeles.
The picture doesn't depict Los Angeles with 100% accuracy, but is a slightly exaggerated version of the memories of that time. Nonetheless, you can feel the attention to detail in every scene.
I was able to shut down Hollywood Boulevard and recreate it back to 1969 without using CGI.
That's so crazy.
Pretty amazing.
If you do a Hollywood Boulevard closure, you have to have pretty much 100% of the merchants on board.
Every little store is owned by another person. So you have to go and make all the deals with them, then figure out how we're going to facade. And that's where Quentin was amazing, is that he was willing to also go in front of the chamber.
Man, how much do you have to pay off these businesses to not run their business for a number of days and be in a, I don't know, that's so interesting I would love to know the behind the scenes of how they negotiate
Chamber
that.
of Commerce and the City Council and say, I love Hollywood, I want to recreate these, please let us do it.
You can feel the attention to detail in every scene, beginning with the fonts, advertisements, and posters, and ending with the architecture. Barbara restored the facades of dozens of theaters.
The full original look, the original neon, the exact movie of that date is actually what's on the marquee that was playing there.
So when you drive down the road, we were shooting in the night, and it was like being in a time machine.
But Quentin's favorite location was Spawn Ranch.
I actually think the Spawn Ranch sequence with Brad is one of my favorite sequences I've ever done.
This scene showed Quentin's ability to incorporate classic film achievements into his movies.
There's this really great story about Francis Ford Coppola doing Robert Duvall sequences in Apocalypse Now. Him and Vittorio Storaro come up with realize that if the helicopters aren't in the background, it just doesn't work. It's just dead. After you've established the helicopters have to be flying in the air behind every single solitary shot.
Tarantino uses this same move at the Spawn Ranch.
Well, I go, look, if there's any shot in Spawn Ranch, I need to have a dog in the background. I mean, there can never be a shot that I don't see a dog doing something.
Also, the barking never stops for a second. Filming started in June of 2018 in Los Angeles.
Man, that's like an impressive level of detail. Damn. Okay.
The opening scenes of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood are full of Tarantino's beloved illusions. While he was searching for a location, the director visited the house of Lee Van Cleef, who had a gigantic portrait of himself hanging in his garage. This design element both intrigued and unsettled Tarantino, and he immediately added a similar element to the parking lot at Rick's house. By the way, Van Cleef is a star from films directed by Sergio Leone, whom Tarantino believes to be the best maker of spaghetti westerns in history. It was Leone's work which gave him the idea for the film's title.
I've seen enough, all right? Nobody likes spaghetti westerns.
Dalton's Cadillac belongs to Michael Madsen. He had also ridden in it during Reservoir Dogs, but this time the car got more screen time than him. Madsen got a role thanks to a joke.
I told him I'm sick of being killed. I said, Quentin, stop killing me. Every time I work for you, I have to get shot or blown up.
To counter, Quentin incorporated Michael into an episode of Bounty Law, where the actor finally stayed alive.
Yeah, well, most people just ain't partial, seeing dead bodies.
But let's get back to the set, where the scope of Tarantino's ideas was wowing the producers. The director avoided computer graphics, and even Cliff's trips didn't have any CGI. The highways were filled with retro cars and were closed off for 4 hours at a time. No one in Hollywood had done that in the last decade. Quentin's enthusiasm was contagious when led to the car manager Stephen Butcher to get access to a Ford Galaxy, which was used by the members of the Manson family and enabled him to create an exact copy.
So we replicated the car exact. So all the rust, all the dents, everything
are almost exact on that card.
What the hell do you think you're doing bringing that noisy hunk of shit around here at midnight?
DiCaprio was surprised by how difficult the role of Dalton was for him.
Whoa, whoa. Hey.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
Here, put these on.
Playing a mediocre actor turned out to be much harder than he anticipated. Something which helped him to enliven the character was adding a memory problem.
Screwing up his lines wasn't in the script. That was Leo's idea. And so then he goes, I think I need to have a problem here. I don't think this should be triumphant. I think there should be a problem. Then I come back from that problem.
Damn it, I fucked this whole thing up. Sam, I did. I fucked this whole thing up. Can we just go back, please? Can we just cut? Can we just cut?
Tarantino hadn't written that in the script, but Leo insisted that they film a version including that aspect.
Okay, that's a neat idea. And so I wrote it that way. And then, okay, but now we need to have a Travis Bickle moment in your trailer as you do a meltdown.
I practiced them, and now I don't look like I goddamn practiced them. You're sitting there like a fucking baboon.
This scene was based on the pilot episode of Lancer, and besides Dalton, all the characters were from there.
Long time, Johnny Madrid.
Yeah, long time.
Care for a drink?
Yeah, sure.
After you, DiCaprio.
Pepe! Get your behind that bar, I have a guess.
Sam Wanamaker was portrayed by Nicholas Hammond, who had begun his career in the 60s.
I'm Friedrich. I'm 14. I'm impossible.
Absolutely
fantastic.
I love.
Wait, was that Sound of Music?
By Nicholas Hammond, who had begun his career in the 60s.
I'm Friedrich. I'm 14.
Man, this was such a... I watched this a number of times growing up because it was on VHS back in the day. I think Julie Andrews was probably one of my first crushes, celebrity crushes. Because like talk about super talented, multi-skill levels of like singing and all the things that she can do. I was like, damn, impressive.
14. I'm impossible.
Absolutely fantastic. I loved it.
While the main heroes of the show, Johnny Madrid and Scott Lancer, were played by Timothy Oliphant and Luke Perry.
I like this guy. Was it Timothy what?
My valise, please. Good man.
There was this immediate excitement in seeing Luke Perry, on set. It was incredible. I remember being, in my teens, and he was the manifestation of the new Dean on television, and everyone was crazy about him. And I felt this overwhelming feeling of kind of being starstruck.
Okay.
It really affected me when I heard that news. It was really heartbreaking, to say the least.
Generous, man.
Incredibly generous human being.
The depiction of Lancer would become his last appearance on screen. In a tragic coincidence, 4 months before that, Wayne Maunder passed away, the actor who played Lancer in the original television show. There are more allusions to Quentin's films among the characters.
You know my wife, Janet, don't you?
Yeah.
Steer clear of her.
The married stunt coordinators played by Zobel and Kurt Russell
Zobel
at Death Proof, where Belle played herself.
Agility, reflexes, nimbleness. There's few human beings that can fuck with Zoe on that front.
Oh, come, I like you too.
Since before that, she had become famous as
Uma
Uma Thurman's
Thurman.
double in the Kill Bill trilogy. And Kurt played stuntman Mike.
I've been running so long.
When I read the script, I said, Quentin, I don't know if there's anybody alive today that can appreciate this more than me.
The actor knew of the story not just from hearsay. The young Julia Butlers epitomized all the children of Hollywood.
It's the actor's job to strive for 100% effectiveness. Naturally, we never succeed, but it's the pursuit.
In the 60s, Russell often played similar roles, but unlike thousands of his competitors, he was able to fasten himself firmly on the film industry.
Call me Snake.
Another reference to the children is the girl who sells Cliff the special cigarette.
You smoke it gets you high.
How much?
50 cents.
More than 10 years ago, Pearl Haney Jardine played Bibi in Kill Bill Volume 2.
What?
Freeze, Mommy.
Damn,
Well, we can't talk about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood without mentioning the finale.
Around midnight, a completely drunk Rick Dalton started making a blender of frozen margaritas.
There are many spoilers
Who's
ahead,
who's the narrator there? It's that one guy, right?
so continue watching only if you've seen the film.
Why not?
The culmination begins with the appearance of the foursome from the Manson family.
Manson family.
In Quentin's interpretation, Mia Hawke's character gets cold feet and runs away, although in real life Linda Kasabian stays in the car. Later, her testimony helped to convict Tex Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Susan Atkins in court.
Man, I don't really know much about this case. When did this all happen? The Hollywood murders. This is in 1969. Why? Oh, that's much later than I remember it.
Were found guilty of murder in the first degree.
Tex introduces himself to Cliff using the phrase which he said when he entered Tate's home.
I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business.
What unfolds next is possibly the goriest scene in all of Tarantino's filmography. For a director having a track record like he does, that's saying something.
This is a movie. We can do anything in here, and as long as it's all just make-believe, then we can take it for what it is, as make-believe, you know, and it is just fantasy. You get to have these verboten moments that you can watch and be appalled, and then, as effed up as it is, I actually tried to make it kind of funny. And you should be surprised at your own reaction and even questioning your own reaction.
Embarrassed by.
But as far as I'm concerned, that's a great time at the movies. To have those kind of conflicted emotions as opposed to just having images glaze over you, that's a great time at the movies.
What was that? Jesus Christ!
Sadie, by the way, the character for which Tarantino reserved with the worst death, was the most bloodthirsty member of the sect. When the characters finish with the Manson followers, music from the western The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean comes on. This is worth noting because at the beginning of that film appear the words, "Maybe this isn't the way it was. It's the way it should have been."
Hi, Rick.
Cheryl, hi.
Oh, it's so nice to finally meet you.
Once again, Tarantino used the finale to rewrite history. Last time he eradicated the Nazis, and this time he not only saved the lives of Sharon and her friends, but also the era of peace and love. The violence of the Manson family put an end to the trends of long hair and going barefoot. After the lawsuit against the murderers, no one wanted to look like a hippie.
Today, the magic is gone. Aimless and disorganized, the hippies have fallen prey to their own free spirit. Free drugs and too much free publicity have gradually corrupted them.
What scares people, why it lasts so much today, I think, is because it was a sobering, dark look at the dark side of human nature. And that pivotal moment was a real loss of innocence, and I think that's what the film so
Eloquently
beautifully addresses.
Fucking hippie motherfuckers.
Tarantino finished filming his magnum opus on the 1st of November 2018. The first version of the film, edited by Fred Raskin, was over 4 hours long. But Quentin wanted a dynamic film, so over the next year he cut the time in two. Hundreds of minutes were left on the editing table, and several characters were removed altogether. That's why the premiere did not include the appearances of Danny Strong, the aforementioned James Marston, or Tim Roth on screen. Die-hard fans harbor the hope
Tim
that
Roth
one
was
day
there?
they will see all the deleted scenes, since Quentin promised to release the full version of the picture.
Holy shit.
The premiere of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood occurred on the 22nd of July, 2019. Over the next 3 months, the picture made over $300 million at the box office, the second most profitable in Quentin's career after Django Unchained.
It was a pleasure doing business with y'all.
Then, in the beginning of 2020, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood received 10 Oscar nominations.
Damn.
And though, yes, the main victory at the Academy Awards went to Bong Joon-ho's
Bong
Parasite,
Joon-ho.
Quentin's film won a statuette for Best Production Design and Decoration.
This is the first Oscar and nomination for Barbara Ling, the second Oscar and 8th nomination for Nancy Haig.
That evening, Brad Pitt also celebrated as he received the first Oscar of his career.
I think it's time we give a little love to our stunt coordinators and our stunt crews.
It's interesting that Pitt celebrated the victory in the Best Supporting Actor category, despite the fact that he spent no less time on screen than DiCaprio.
Talking about? You're a stunt double. Come on now. Shit.
And while that main
That's his first time winning an Oscar. Jesus, that's so crazy.
prize seemed to be taken out from Quentin's nose, his sadness didn't last long. Certainly not longer than 2 weeks. On the 22nd of February, the director received a much more important prize. In Tel Aviv, Daniela bore him a son. The boy was called Leo.
Huh. That's a nice ending. Well, thank you very much, Kilo. I keep calling him Kilo Kino. Why Titanic was a production nightmare. Okay.
You know that moment when the camera pulls back to show you the world? Before we know what the scene's about, the establishing shot is already telling you something. It's telling you what the director thinks about this place, about these people. They don't just provide exposition, they prep us for the scene to follow. We all know first impressions are everything. And yet too often, the opening shots of scenes are afterthoughts, often captured by a second unit and used as an obligatory precursor to the actual scene.
I never thought about that.
But what if an
That's so true.
establishing shot was the good stuff? Great establishing shots provide a scene with more than just setting up time and place. Through considerations like camera placement and movement, lighting, framing, and more, a filmmaker can make a great first impression. These shots in Blade Runner give the audience a lot. Setting, tone, atmosphere. They introduce us to an entirely new world. By definition, an establishing shot is any shot that provides context for the scene to follow. Typically, this is a wide or extreme wide shot that identifies the location. Some shots provide story information, establish a mood, or emphasize the theme. Great establishing shots do all three at the same time. Establishing shots are typically used for clarity, establishing where and when a scene takes place. And yet, often, if these shots were cut out of the film, the audience would pretty quickly deduce this information from the rest of the scene. This is why a lot of filmmakers now decide to omit an establishing shot altogether, trusting their viewer to use context clues to understand where and when they are, allowing the filmmaker to move into the good stuff faster. But an establishing shot shouldn't feel like a burden. Just like every shot in a film, it should be considered an opportunity. An establishing shot can contribute to the film experience in a couple of major ways. Let's start with how they help propel the story. Lazy establishing shots often feel like brief pauses.
That's Peaky Blinders soundtrack, right?
Is in story, acting as filler between scenes. But stronger establishing shots
Filler.
are integral parts of the story. Take this shot from Claire Denis' 35 shots of Rome. We're getting the conventional city skyline in the background, but in the foreground we see the railroad tracks and railroad workers, focusing the audience on who the story is going to be about. Time of day is also important. This is the early morning. We're not just establishing location, but also the protagonist's occupation and hard-working way of life. The opening chyron of Psycho tells us that we're in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona.
Most films would then simply cut directly to the scene. But then we get the specific date and time. Now we're intrigued. We know something is about to happen.
2:43 p.m.
By the time the camera narrows in on a single window, we enter the scene with anticipation and curiosity that would have been missing without these thoughtfully designed establishing shots. One obvious way to have the story start with an establishing shot is by beginning the dialogue under it. Take this scene from Y Tu Mama Tambien. A large chunk of the character's discussion occurs in sweeping extreme wide shots. Here, seeing the characters is less important. The vistas emphasize the travelogue nature of the film.
Ay, ¿te crees que eras virgen?
¿Virgen? No. No, tuve un novio antes.
¿Y qué? Con ese que le ponían acá duro, le daban duro, dale, dale, dale.
Pues
duro,
sí, la
duro.
verdad que sí. ¿Neto? ¿Sabes? La primera vez me llevó a la fábrica donde trabajaba suyo de guardia de seguridad. Yo estaba muerta de miedo, apenas le conocía. Y bueno, pensaba que me quería besar, pero no.
One of the most important contributions of a good establishing shot is creating a mood.
What a movie. Wait, how did that movie start out? Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't remember exact how it started, though.
Guardia de seguridad. Yo estaba muerta de miedo, apenas le conocía. Y bueno,
Let's take a look at this establishing shot from Silent Hill. It establishes location, yes, but it also creates a feeling of fear and mystery through its shadowy lighting, damp production design, and ethereal camera movement, complete with Dutch tilts and soaring cranes.
Dutch tilt.
Evocative of the
Dutch tilt. Also, no, the Dutch angle. That's what I've heard this one. People have said this. Where the camera's deliberately tilted on its roll axis so that the horizon line is not parallel with the bottom of the frame. Creates psychological unease, instability, and chaos. Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
video game that the film is based on. The opening shots of The Breakfast Club bring us into a layered and complicated world. We see a series of images that cover a spectrum of the high school experience. It's mundane and full of angst, just like the characters we're about to meet.
I just wanted to come here.
To Winkies?
This Winkies.
This iconic scene from Mulholland Drive creates a very particular mood.
I've never seen this movie, but this actor, I feel bad for this guy because I feel like he gets all the roles where he plays a little bit like kind of an awkward, creepy guy.
But if we go back to the very beginning, the establishing shot sets this mood in motion. It's a seemingly innocuous restaurant sign, but on the soundtrack we get a police siren. There is no context for the siren, and the shot feels just odd. But it becomes a clue for us to understand the diner scene, where reality is a bit unstable.
There's a man in back of this place. He's the one who's doing it. I can see him through the wall. I can see his face. I hope that I never see that face ever outside of a dream.
Let's go a level deeper and talk about how great establishing shots are also able to establish themes. Establishing shots can be the bridge between two scenes and two ideas. The very first scene in The Godfather involves a horrific anecdote.
So they beat her like an animal.
Followed by a plea for violent retribution.
Now you come to me and you say, Don Corleone, give me justice. But you don't ask with respect. You don't offer friendship. You don't even think to call me Godfather. Instead, you come into my house on the day my daughter's wedding. And you ask me to do murder. Money.
I ask you for justice.
That is not.
The setting, tone, and subject matter are literally and figuratively dark. But then we cut to this. It's bright and joyous. Music plays and people dance. The contrast between the two scenes is drastic, but it tells us everything we need to know about how the Corleone family operates. Where strength and brutality meets home and family.
Where's Michael?
Don't worry, it's all right.
We're not taking the picture without Michael. The photograph you do that.
One of the most famous establishing shots in film history can be found in the opening of The Shining. The power of these sweeping helicopter shots showcase the grandeur of the Rockies. But, in stark contrast, the soundtrack is foreboding.
Foreboding.
We are introduced to the story with one of its central themes of duality. A seemingly normal exterior hides something evil on the interior. Like the Overlook Hotel and Jack himself. What can we deduce about the thematics of Bad Day at Black Rock, based solely on these opening shots? A train carving its way through a barren desert. Citizens of a small town reacting to its arrival. They're trepidatious, but why? This wide shot is another clue. This is an extremely small and isolated community. As we will see in the scenes to follow, outsiders are not exactly welcome, and the town has secrets they'd rather keep hidden. These ideas are expertly hinted at in these opening shots. In playtime, establishing shots work in concert with meticulous production design, costume design, and flat, high-key lighting. These wides emphasize just how drab and homogeneous the setting is, working to build toward Jacques Tati's central concern, the onset of soulless corporate modernity in Paris. Sometimes,
Okay, I don't know if I want this in 2x3 or 16:9. Let's see. I could crop it in. Do a 16:9. Yeah, it looks all right. So I think I mentioned this before, but in another lifetime, I would spend a lot more time on like the fur, take like a manual brush to increase a little bit of the contrast here and there. And who knows, maybe I will at some point, but for now, this feels good enough. I like the framing. This one is less about how well can I color grade or edit the different, like the little elements of it. I think this is more just about getting a good composition. And that's about it. The story is told through the fact that these two subjects are like doing a little, somewhat of an intimate, you know, close up with each other. There's a bit of a duality to it because you got one light coated and one dark coated camels. So I probably don't need to do much more than just framing it correctly and just lighting the subject a bit moody, which is what I did here. So I did kind of add some additional light coming in from the right, and then we kept the vibes a bit dark. Or like, I kept the shadows for the most part. Otherwise, I think it's good. I like it.
Establishing shots obscure rather than clarify. In Exotica, we repeatedly see bright establishing shots of this field, which stand out in the context of the rest of the film, which is urban and shadowy. But we don't see the rest of the scene until later, which creates a sense of mystery, while also building on the film's themes of memory. By simply having the establishing shot be brighter than everything else, Atami Goyan makes it feel like a distant dream. Filmmakers will often pay meticulous attention to every shot in a scene, and the same should be true for the establishing shot. Don't settle for an anonymous shot that could have been filmed by anyone. Capture your audience from the first frame. Plan out all your shots with Studio Binder's storyboard.
Oh, hey, look, we're doing a closed loop. Studio Binder is just about to explain something about their own storyboarding something.
Capture your audience from the first frame. Plan out all your shots with Studio Binder's storyboard and shot list software.
So that one video we watched earlier was complaining that these there's not really good storyboard solutions. Let's see, what is it called? Studio Binder storyboard. Okay, I'll look into that later.
That's all for now. Go establish yourself.
Cool. Another nice video. Studio Binder. Okay. It is now 10:30 p.m. my time, and I'm feeling antsy right now. I feel like I got a lot done, which I'm happy about. In terms of the photos, we got some proper ones. So I feel like this is a good place for me to pause for the day. Hold on, let's do a quick little recap. What are the photos that we edited today? Let me just zoom back a bit. Okay, this one I didn't edit today, but let's just start from here. What's happening, Obi-Wan? Hello, Obi-Wan. How's it going? I started stream today a little bit early, just FYI. And I'm just going through some of the photos that we've edited so far. This one I did add a little bit of grain to the shot because I think the way, especially with the denoise effect, I think the eagle was a little bit too smooth, if that makes sense. So I decided to add a little bit of texture across the entire shot. Obi-Wan says, I fixed my camera, FYI. Oh, snap. Good job. I'm trying to remember. So I apologize. I forget what you said happened to your camera. Oh, the settings. You don't mean like physically damaged. You're talking about the exposure situation. You were saying before the shot would always look underexposed, but we couldn't figure out what caused it. This photo turned out much better than I expected. Did I? I don't think I cropped on this one at all, did I? Oh yeah, okay, I did a little, so I did punch in a bit. and I switched to 16:9 from the original, just because like I think a lot of the stuff around it didn't add much to the story. If I kept it in the original cropping, you do get the end of one of the ropes attached to the eagle's, one of the eagle's, what do you call it, feet? What do eagle have? Claws, which are, I don't know. Anyways, I still don't think it really adds much to it. So I went for a bit more of a punched in look, as we still see the entire eagle in frame, except for the little bit that's obstructed. But you know what? That's okay. It adds to the story. There's not much I could do anyways, but this gives it a sense that it's about to run into something. And we got this really crazy close up as the wings are spread out. So yeah, I think this turns out pretty nice. And then the second shot, I decided if I have 2 photos of the same, like if it's a series, I might as well punch in even further into this shot. So this one I did crop in quite a bit. So here it's like technically I do see the end of both of these ropes. So there's a world where I didn't crop that out. But in my opinion, I thought unless I shoot a vertical, unless I reframe this as a vertical shot, for your eyes to draw attention to the end of this rope, it's as far away from the eyes as you can see anywhere else in the shot. So I would rather have the viewers just focus right on the eye and not worry about the rest. And you can see through the peripheral that you have this crazy shot of the wings spread out nicely. So yeah, I don't know. It's a personal choice. Obi-Wan says it wasn't the camera at all. I stupidly had the f-stop at 8.0 and my lens max was 1.8, so that's why it was super dark. Okay. That's not necessarily a dumb thing to do. Listen, it's just one of those, I don't even want to call it a rookie mistake. It's just trial and error, right? When you're playing with so many different variables, because you've got, obviously with the camera, you always got the 3 to start with, ISO, aperture, shutter speed, but then you're including additional lights that you are setting up around the subject. You're setting all these little things up. So it becomes a little bit hard to keep track of some of that. But yeah, if you're shooting at f8, that definitely, I mean, you're talking, it's like it's not like a pinprick, but the opening of your iris or the aperture opening is pretty small. So not so much light gets in, and that is a huge difference. I don't actually know the technical, how many stops of light that is, but from a 1.8 to an 8, that's a lot. But what I was explaining to you before, Obi-Wan, is that if you're working in a controlled environment like your studio setup and you've got controlled lights, and if you've got tripods, there's nothing wrong with shooting f8 because you can just set a timer on your shutter speed, right? So you can do f8, which if you shoot at f8, you have a better chance of the entire figurine being in focus, right? So you'll have a fully sharp subject. And then just increase the shutter speed to like 1 minute or 30 seconds or whatever it is, and use a remote or put a timer so you're pressing the button doesn't cause any shake. And then boom, you can still end up with the perfectly exposed image and not worry about something being blurry. At the same time, when you're shooting at 1.8, obviously you're trying to lean into the cinematic bokeh separation background type of a feel. So there's nothing wrong with that. But you know what? I've never played with figurines. I've never shot figurines, right? So there's part of me that if I were in your shoes, just out of curiosity, I know you have a limitation on like the lenses you've got, but if at some point you collect some of these like bigger lenses, I wonder if you shoot with like a 70 to 200, imagine shooting your figurines with like a 200 millimeter lens, right? So then you'll have like this really crazy separation of your subject from the background. And I don't know, you can make it almost look like it was, to me, without knowing much about that space, I imagine there's like a really, you know what? Let's just use this, let's use this guy as an example. Like if you use a certain type of lens and you punch in on a subject, especially if it's something super tiny like Legos or figurines or whatever. But if you use certain lenses to almost mimic like it's life size, I imagine that's part of the excitement of why you're doing what you're doing. And I do think that shooting with a tele lens could help kind of make those convincing shots where it's almost like, oh, this is not a figurine of Hugh Jackman. This is actually Hugh Jackman shot from blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I don't even know what I'm saying, but I can use the Canon app and use my phone to control the camera. Perfect. Yeah. So then just use your phone as a remote and then set the timer. Yeah, and this takes a bit of trial and error. Sometimes your camera will tell you how many seconds you need to shoot for in terms of your shutter speed in order to get a perfectly balanced photo, like in terms of your meter. So whether it's 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 1 minute, longer, whatever, yeah, feel free. And the beauty of shooting at f8 or shooting at like a high aperture is if you're using a software like Lightroom or anything equivalent, you can always soften the background afterwards. You can always mimic like a 1.8 effect. It might not be perfect, but you can more easily blur and make some of the things that are sharp and kind of mimic a feeling as if you did shoot it at 1.8. Obi-Wan says, I've definitely considered it. I still haven't mastered my camera yet. I want to get the basics down before I invest more into the camera. That's a fair point. Yeah, don't go too crazy. Yeah, don't make the mistake of shooting the gun a bit in terms of purchasing too many lenses and stuff before you're ready for it. Okay, let's keep going. What else did I edit? This one's okay, but I'm looking at the fade effect I put on the side and it's not the best. So actually, I might even just be able to remove that. Who's the culprit? This one. Okay, it's good enough for now. It might not even make the cut, to be honest. It's not like the best photo. I do like the sharpness on the hunter there, but the eagle itself isn't striking a nice pose. It's a little bit of chaos. So this photo actually probably I will cut. Okay, but in terms of what I've shot today or what I've edited today, this one we did work on. I am quite happy with this. I'm pleased with the framing. And then we did a second version, which I'm also just as pleased about. And in some ways, I kind of prefer this one because now we got a super wide angle. We cut out some of the quote unquote noise, but without losing too much of the context. So we still salvage, or not salvage, but we still have the story of the lone rider, the eagle hunter crossing this decrepit bridge with this crazy backdrop of a massive mountainscape. So this is turning into one of my favorite shots from the series so far. So yeah, we'll see what I do with it. Then I was playing a little bit more with the black and whites and the same subject here where now he's just off into the corner, kind of hidden away into a landscape vibe. It's not bad. I'll have to keep playing with this one maybe in the future. I might want to brighten the image up just a bit. Actually, let me just do it now while it's here. I want it to look more like focused light. So this one, yeah. So just make it feel like there's a spot of sun rays, piercing through the clouds and just isolated sunlight on the subject. So this one looks interesting. I like this a lot as well. We'll see. And I have some from a guest. This one also went super wide with it. We got these two different colored camels, but we get the camel on the left with a piece of straw or grass in its mouth. So it's kind of a nice little pose. Then I did an isolated shot of just that one camel with the straw in its mouth, which looks, I think I like this one as well. Then it's just more of a close-up shot. A few more close-up shots. A few of my guests as he was wandering through the field. Different styles of edits. Then we get the landscapes. Was this sunset or sunrise? I don't remember actually, but Yeah, we just get a sunset there. And this one just for the pose, just for the just the nice moment between these two camels. And that's it. So then tomorrow, obviously, I still have a bit more to do, but we got some some good stuff out the way. Oh my god. Ugh. Are my cats here? Not here. There you are. Nala. Good girl. I see my other cat. Oh yeah, he's on the screen. Keep Up is actually just chilling behind. Let's see. All right, so we got my cats here, but yeah, honestly, I think this is probably a good place for me to just chill, pause for a bit. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, thank you guys. I'm also, because I ate dinner just now, I think that's what it is. I'm getting a little bit of a food coma, which is kind of making me realize it might always be good to not eat dinner. It's good to stream on an empty stomach. I don't know how those like proper streamers do it, where they're eating on camera and stuff. It's like, yo, how do you do that and then stay on screen for that much longer? Okay, anyways, I'm just kind of rambling now. Thank you guys. I'm gonna hop off, but I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be here for the rest of the week and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this session alongside me. Thank you guys over on the YouTube, Twitch, and Kick side. Yeah, if you would like to continue supporting my channel, feel free to watch my videos on YouTube. That's probably the best way you can help me out, because we're on our way to 10,000 subscribers. I think I'm like 200 subscribers shy of hitting that mark. So we'll get there, but got some more videos on the way, and hopefully that'll get us to the finish line. I don't know what that means. Who knows? But I feel there's a feeling of like hitting 10,000 must mean something, right? At least we get one extra digit in there. So anyways, vanity aside, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Happy Monday. And I will see you guys